Psst, 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 psst. Hey, Miko. Congrats on the 5 months, dude. Holy hell. It's been 5 months. That's crazy. Good morning, everybody. I just wanted a goof. Also, Blippi, congrats on first. That's an accomplishment. Because Himiko is here like -1 second before. Oh, cannot stay because of lunch, but that's okay, Blippi. At least thank you for dropping in and saying hello. And yeah, 5 months. Congrats, Himi. Hello, Sarax, and hello, Pixelate Faye. Himiko. Eyes. But yes, welcome in, everybody. It is World Building Wednesday. It is Wednesday, my dudes. And we know what that means. We're doing world building. Now, I know I said that I was distracted by art. You know what? That's a good thing to be distracted by. I ain't gonna lie, Chief. Just ended doing math. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Math is awful. At least for me, I'm terrible at math. Let me just adjust myself in my chair here. And also make sure I'm not running over my cat. There we go. There you go. That's for you, Miko. That's for you to write down, I guess. Alrighty. But yeah, as you can see, today is World Building Wednesday, and I am planning a fun little thing that I've been thinking about for a while. Math isn't hard. It is when your brain shuts off the moment you see more than like 3 numbers. Math gets hard. When you can't, like, oh. See, like that, my brain just went beep, burr, 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 burr. I literally cannot process, like, more than 3 numbers in a line. Unless it's a phone number. But when it comes to math equations, I'm a helpless baby fawn. Ah. How do I manage this? I can't find my glove. It's not down here. Uh-oh. I always lose my glove somehow. I don't know why. Oh, did I throw it over here? Hold on. I did. Okay. My glove found. I'm not that dumb. So I don't need this new one. I can use my old one. Here it is. Whee! Yeah, that was a close call. I've lost like 2 gloves within the last month, so I was like, oh, whoops. What's the theme of World Building Wednesday? Today I'm going to be working on the intro, I suppose, to a new race. Last time I did World Building Wednesdays, I took about 3 months to really expand on a single race called the Trakovish, or the Underlings. And we explored almost every facet of their culture that I could think of, really. Such as, haha, don't use gloves. Ah. Your poor tablet! Well, then again, I have to use a... Well, I don't have to. I want to, because my baby got it for me. But Wee1 bought me a screen tablet, so, it'd be pretty gunky if I didn't use a glove. That, and I wouldn't have the smooth lines and finish that I have because my skin would be too busy across the screen. I don't use gloves. That's upsetting me. Also, hi, Zam. I see you peeking. But yeah, for the past couple of months, I've been working on another race, and I've covered their biology, their fashion sense, their culture, even a good bit of their language. No maps today, Usagi. I'm not a very good cartographer. No maps. No. Me no want do maps today. So I'm going to do an introduction to a new race. Happy Pride Month, even if I not know who I am. That's fair. Even if you're just questioning, you're valid. You're valid in the eyes of gay. But thank you. Happy Pride Month, everybody. Maps? Yeah, I did maps a couple of weeks ago. My brain and skin reacts bad with the material, it just hates the feel. Oh, that makes sense. Then, yeah, it would make sense why you wouldn't use gloves. Sleepy, eepy, bad hours, don't mind me. Eek, eek. I don't know why. I slept all night. I'm just being a yawny baby. But yeah, I want to work on a brand new race, or at least introduce a new race. Now, I say introduce with, like, big quotations, because we technically already know this kind of race. The Dwarves of yore. Now, the origin of Dwarves is actually pretty complex and cool. Tolkien's actually didn't invent them. Tolkien is I suppose, the great-granddaddy of fantasy as we know it. But he actually didn't invent a lot of the stuff he came up with. Yes, he altered them, but nothing is original. This is why it's perfectly okay for fantasy settings to have these races, as long as you build on them instead of just copying them from Tolkien. That's... He got his stuff from other sources, specifically Norse sources. So, yeah, fun fact, fantasy settings as we know it comes from Norse mythology. So, thank Odin next time you decide to write for a fantasy setting. But yeah, dwarves, elves, they all derive from Norse myth. Wow, that was hard to say. Who am I? Even some of the names. I'm sure if you heard some dwarf names, and even Gandalf. Gandalf is a name that means something elf, Gandalf. Because elf was their Norse word for elves. Wow, Kibi. My cat just decided to jump on my chair. But yeah, Gandalf was the name of, I believe, a dwarf in Norse mythology. If you look up the name, you will find it as a dwarf. I know Thorin Oakenshield, he was named after Thor. Like, if you look through a lot of the dwarvish names in that setting, in that story, you'll find Norse names. It's really interesting. But if we go back even farther, we can learn what dwarves really were. Now, in the Tolkien language, in the Tolkien, I guess, world building, the grandiose world building that he made, the dwarves were originally made as, like, these little soulless beings that one of the gods wanted to create, and he realized they weren't perfect and went, oh god, I gotta get rid of these. But before he got rid of them, quote unquote, aka unalived them because he thought they were imperfect, Iluvatar, the big main chief god, showed up and went, no, it's okay, he's okay, here, I'll give them proper sentience, but they're going to stay squat and short in nature. And I want them to live underground because I want these other races to come first on the planet. So just hide your creatures away until they're allowed to come out. And so he did. He put them underground. He put them in the mountains, and that's why they come from the mountains. At least in Tolkien worlds. At least in his setting. Well, it would be logical that dwarves would live in isolation. Like on isolated islands, mostly big creatures become small, and small becomes bigger. Yeah, pretty much. I know that we actually have like 3 to 4 foot tall humans that naturally are that height. It's not like it's not like a defect of anything. It sounds a little mean, but we do call them pygmies. They're African bush people. They're very short, like 4 feet. And they also serrate their teeth, which is really interesting. They I don't know what they use exactly, but they shave off like like kind of like my teeth, but like across the whole row. They look like shark teeth. It looks really cool. But those I would say are more like what D&D would call like halflings. Not halflings. No, yeah, halflings, where they like have normal human proportions. They're just a lot smaller. They're not really dwarves. Dwarves, as we know them in our lexicon, especially now, are people who have a condition where it shrinks their arms and legs to a disproportionate size, and then their body and their head are also pretty small compared to most humans. Though their head and their torso are a lot bigger in comparison to their arms. They've almost got like this toddler-like look to them. Oh, hi, Kibby. Oh, did you bring me your gummy hand? My cat wants to play. What a cutie. Alright, I'll play, but I'm talking. Here, I'll bounce it around, little cutie pie. I feel like I feel like a teacher having to watch his kid. Yes, I know. He's so cute. But yeah, that's what we use the modern word for dwarf, which is not what a dwarf is either. In modern fantasy settings, dwarves are like these. They're like these just shorter, stockier people who have these really broad bodies and really fluffy beards. And we don't know why. Not evolutionarily why. I could tell you all day where the concept of a dwarf came from. Which, like I said, it came from Tolkien, who took it from Norse mythology. And the reason they act and look the way, feeling of being a teacher is cool sometimes, if people are listening. Well, clearly you're listening, so at least I have one person. Ah, Gibby. Alright, I'm gonna chuck his toy and let him go get it. There you go, so he'll probably bring it back to me, don't worry. I really do need to invest in a cat cam one day, but yeah, the dwarves are like that in Tolkien, at least, because they were like that in Norse mythology. They were like these mountain spirits. They were spirits, which is why you never see women, which is actually a joke in Tolkien. They're like, teehee, where are your women? And they're like, some people say dwarves have no women, or something like that. Or like, oh, they look just like us, so you can't tell which is a man and a woman because we all sound the same and all have the same beard. A lot of teehee funny moments that Tolkien's so well known for. But yeah, they didn't technically have women. It was what happened? Flipping! How dare you? Hi, Blip. Almost forgore. They forgore. Yeah, I am, Blippy is my, resident computer that shoots pennies at me and then runs. What, Gibby? And I'm listening just silent because me don't know what say, which is completely fair. I'm not asking you guys to, chat me up, like, actively. I understand sometimes you just want to chill and listen. Hi, Cosma. How you doing? But, back on track, like I said, the Norse didn't really see dwarves as a species. They were these weird earth spirits, and they didn't have women, traditionally. Whenever discussing female, quote-unquote, oh, stone and blood. Have a good lurk, Kimiko. In Norse myth, when talking about, you know, girl, quote-unquote, dwarves, they never said dwarves. They just said daughters of dwarves. It's like they were two different things. Also, dwarves had this really weird thing about them where they were very greedy. They were almost like goblins more than actual, you know, modern day fantasy dwarves. They were also very lecherous. They lusted after, like, oh, Cecil, stop. No, get off my desk. He's getting mad at me for being on my desk. Like, sir. Anyway, but yeah, they were known as, like, lecherous, goblin-y, greedy, but they were also craftsmen, so a lot of the Norse gods had to go to them for stuff and be like, hey, I need this thing, and then they'd go, hey, you know, to bang me for it or something like that. That's literally just the transactions between them. But they also had the propensity to be turned into dragons, which is really weird when you think about it. Back then, dragons were a lot more nebulous, especially in Norse myth. Norse usually saw dragons more as like giant snakes. Not to say they didn't differentiate snakes from dragons. They do have something called the world serpent, Jormungandr. But, Jormungandr, sorry. But, they still also saw dragons as these giant serpents, kind of, with wings sometimes. It's never really clear, especially considering we don't have a whole lot of info on the Norse, sadly. A lot of information. Dwarf lives in Nidarvedar, if I remember correctly. I believe so. I also believe it can be called Svartalfheim. Svartalfheim just means dark elves, or the dark ones. People who live in darkness, or possibly people who were dark-skinned. Not to sound politically incorrect, but the Norse, we're gonna Norse. That's... People did that. The Norse were usually fair-skinned, and they probably equated different colored skin with weird shit. Anyway. Vintage racism aside, they also had... They also don't have a lot of information in general, sadly, because we don't have a whole lot of writing on them. The Norse didn't write their stuff down. Not to say they didn't have a writing system, but about Jomund, the son of Loki, if I remember again correctly. I believe so, too. Jomungandr is Loki's kid. Maybe? I know Fenrir is Loki's kid. And I know Hel is Loki's kid. And Sleipnir is Loki's kid, which is the horse with 8 legs. Yeah, Loki banged a horse. Listen, don't question it. Loki just gets up to stuff, okay? Sometimes, you know, you're just in the mood to bang a horse and have its kid. Sorry. Jotun were weird. I'm just like Loki. Oh. Yeah, and also Fenrir. Loki had a lot of... I don't want to say monster fucker tendencies, but... Anyway, boots up Final Fantasy. I feel that. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Well, there's actually a not in-universe reason, I suppose, but there's actually a reason for this. The Norse typically believed that the Jotun, or the giants, well, we call them giants. It's actually never said whether or not they're, like, super tall. They were considered giants because they could... Was Loki packing? I'm not thinking about that. Hey, no. Serax, we appreciate monster fuckers in this house, okay? Don't be ashamed. But yeah, the reason Loki was actually like that is because Jotun are considered like a wild feminine energy. So even the males could get pregnant, pretty much. If that sounds weird, they can get pregnant from being with their wives. Jotun just did that. Males could get pregnant by being with their women, which is... It shows you how the Norse saw the Jotun. The Jotun represents wild feminine nature. Wild, angry, rage, passion, and nature. And that was associated with the feminine, so of course, even the males could do feminine things, such as have children. Conversely, on the other side of the spectrum, the Aesir, they're gods, you know, Thor, Thor, Odin, not quite Freya and Frigg. They are another kind of god. But the very high gods, they were considered more masculine, and they were considered order and taming nature, according to a lot of Norse mythology, at least. So you'll see a lot of that swerving in and out. And the Vanir, I can't even begin to tell you what those mean. I just know Freyr is my favorite. He is a beautiful, beautiful being. He was basically the god of gay men and pregnant women, and I love him. He was also the god of peace. He never raised a sword. I know in his mythology I think he killed or hurt someone and it upset him so bad he actually swore off swordsmanship. But his sister Freya doesn't. So don't catch her having a bad day when he's in the room, because you can't hurt her. Because he's the god of protecting women. So if he's there, she's indestructible, and if you piss her off, you're dead. Because she will not hesitate to kill you. She's great. Is it bad that I'm level 22 after 6 hours? No. Keep going. You got this. Damn right. Hey, Noctis, how you doing? But anyway, I got distracted. Norse mythology is great. Back to the dwarves. Like I said, they were considered these weird, nebulous spirits, and no one really knew what they were. Same with elves. Elves were also like this. In fact, there's even less knowledge about elves. And the sad thing is, we don't know why. We don't have writing accounts of it. Because the Norse didn't write it. It was an oral passing down of tradition. Not to say they didn't have their own writing system, but for some reason they just didn't write a whole lot about their religion, and if they did, we don't have anything that survived. It could have been on paper, it could have been on anything. But they normally left at least the writings that we found, they left it on wood, like they carved their names on like hair combs, on their drinking mugs. They loved writing shit like, "This is mine." It was really cute. And then they used it for gravestones. You see their writing most commonly on gravestones. So sadly, we don't have any record accounts of them writing about their own their own religion and beliefs at the time of their existence. Now, the only reason we really know about them is because a converted monk by the name of Snorri. Oh no, oh god. I'm so shit at saying his last name. Okay, Snorri Snurfurson? Give me a second. I gotta Google up old Snorri here. Snorri Sturluson. Snorri Sturluson. That's a hard name to say. He was a monk that was converted from his Icelandic and Norse culture, but he still wrote down everything because he was a monk. Yeah, Snorri stood. Anyway, you get it. I'm just gonna call him Snorri. He wrote down everything, and it was through a Christian filter. So sadly, we don't know how much of the Norse religion has been Christianized. Because, like I said, Freyr, especially in Iceland, he's known a lot more as possibly a god of gay men. But we don't know that. It could have been it could have been yassified by the Christians. Am I using that word correctly? And sadly, a lot of their intent was lost. And that makes me sad. But we can't dwell on it. Not forever. We have to take what little we do have. So, the dwarves, real hard to know about, because we don't have a whole lot about them. Thank you for the sippy, Serax. But what I did was effectively, we're running back out to the main reason we're here today. Ah, sippy. I really like the dwarves. I really like Tolkien's, I guess, original, not really intent, but original, remix of the dwarves. Because he did do it kind of, not necessarily tongue-in-cheek, but he definitely took his own spin on it. And I think that's what most people should continue to do. Put their own spin on Tolkien's story. Now then, I'm going to tab over to my art here in a minute, but I am editing some stuff, because stuff that is currently available is it's TOS. So I'm gonna do some censoring here real quick. Boop. There we go. Kippy! I have a cat. He's being very cute. What, Kibby? What are you papping at? What, do you want me to throw his toy? Should I throw his toy? Talking can be exhausting. You say that, but I'm kind of weird. I'm like, I can keep talking, it's fine. Hi, Kibby. Okay, I'll throw your toy. What are you censoring? You know, just booba. Because when I draw for my races, I draw them completely uncensored. Which means, yeah, Kibby? Go get it, buddy. When I draw my races, I draw them completely uncensored. Because, I don't know, I'm kooky like that. I like to have my... I like to have full understanding, I suppose, of the race in question. Yes, oh my, indeed. Oh me, oh my, oh apple pie. So, I'm coming in and, cleaning it up, so to speak. Because I don't want people to see, I don't want to get TOS goblined here. Because, I will get clapped from what is drawn here. So I need to be careful. I just have one more model to do. There we go. Yeah, don't want to show off the goods. Now I do actually have a Twitter that's uncensored that I use for uploading this stuff, but I haven't updated it in weeks, and I'm not ashamed for that. I've been doing other stuff. Okay. That is sufficiently covered. Let's just give them underwear so we don't see their everything. There we go. As good as I'ma get it. Oh, wait. I did not cover that. Uh-oh. Hold on. That would have been bad. Oh, that would have been bad. Okay, there we go. Oh my, I took all that time to fill it all in and hide it, and I almost showed some really bad stuff. Oh boy. Someone help me. Alrighty. Now that that travesty has been averted, let's hop on over here. So this is my races sheet. A lot of people who have watched me in the past recognize this. Ah, Gibby! No, Gibby. Cecil, please, excuse me. Goodbye, little one. Bloop. Bloop. Oh, he paused. Oh, no, he didn't. I thought he paused my music. But yeah, for those of you who aren't not new here, you recognize this, surely. It's my race template. And today we're going to be using this to make my dwarves. So the way I'm going to go about this is I'm going to basically forego what Tolkien's done. Go on, Kippy. Because he copied them from an older reference. And while we are going to be taking inspiration, I want to look at it from a more evolutionary standpoint. So just like how I did my underlings, I'm going to be taking my sheet, my Google Doc, with all of my race information, which, by the way, I've actually separated. So originally I had two templates. my conlang template and my species template, which covered culture and all that, but I've since removed some of the pieces and put them in their own segment because I realized how big it was getting. So now I have 4. I have a species template, which covers their biology, their physical characteristics, their culture, which covers their social structure, their gender roles, their customs, and then I have fashion template, because I realize I'm going to need a lot more pages for that. I can't just add a few outfits and call it a day. Especially for the Dracovish. The Dracovish have like 5 pages worth of clothes. Because it covers their social dynamics, it covers their quality and like elite versus poorer class clothing. It covers children's clothing, like if you're a kid versus you're an adult, you're wearing something different, and then it covers gender. So these guys wear a lot of differently looking clothes. And I need the space. Oh, it's actually close. Dracovish, Trako. It does kind of sound Slavic. I thought it sounded a little Russian. But that's just from their natural language. It's a word that I generated from the language that I created. And we did it all from scratch during the weeks I was working on them. And I showed people how I went about that. If you want to see a quick session of that, here I can pull it up real quick. But yeah, I literally went through here. I picked sounds that I thought they would like speaking. Oh, Russian is one of the Slavic. True. I thought it sounded a little Russian too. Yeah, me too. But yeah, I showed everyone, hey, I'm gonna pick these 6 vowels, these letters because I like how they sound, and then I'm going to put them together like this and create a bunch of clusters. And that Trakovish is a word that came out of it. And here's their writing system. It was really fun. I had a lot of fun doing it. But we're going to be doing that with dwarves today, because I'm going to be doing dwarves with a little fun twist here. I like to go about building races by looking at animals or species that they have evolved from, such as us evolving from a very distant relative of hominid that also came from chimpanzees. Chimpanzees is like our closest living cousin, pretty much, that we can prove. You did a really good job. Oh, thank you, Serax. I appreciate that. I pulled my hair out for a month on stream doing it. Almost 6 weeks, I think. But yeah, I like to look at things evolutionary. And I went, okay, what would be the evolutionary reason for why dwarves would live underground and be so little? And then I remembered, oh wait, rodents exist. They're derived from mice. So my dwarves, also called the dwerg, I'm calling them dwerg for my world, because it's closer to the evolution. Yes, evolution. The dwerg, which is the closer approximation of the Norse word for them, dwerg, I think it is, dwerg. So I want to call them something a little closer to that, dwerg. I'm going to be basing them off of rodents, not just any rodents though. Because there are a lot of rodents out there that burrow, and that's where I got the initial. Hi, Kibby. Go on now. Sorry, my cat is being very nosy today. He wants my pen. Actually, did he put his toy near me? No, he's just being a cutie pie. Wow. Sorry about that. But yeah, there's a lot of burrowing rodents in our, so like, WoW version of kobolds. I'm trying to remember what those look like. I've played WoW up to Cataclysm, and I don't remember kobolds. Are they the ones who said no take candle? Because I remember those motherfuckers. I heard Leon in the background, very sleepy. Yes. You don't take candle. That's all I remember. I don't remember what they look like. I just remember don't take their candle. I just remember don't take the candle, and that's it. Yeah, let's actually, I'm gonna look those up real quick, but kind of. Oh, I just googled kobold. Nope, I need more than that. Ew. They're very creepy and gross, but kind of. They do look like they're based on rodents. But my dwarves are going to be a lot more human looking. But they are going to have larger ears, larger, rounder ears, a lot like mice, all that. And they're going to have a tail, a vestigial tail. Kippy, no, stop it. Go on now. Stop clawing my chair. I'm being attacked by a cat. You calm down. Alright. I think he's calmer? I see. What about front teeth? Yes, I do want to give them slightly bigger front teeth. Because when looking at regular Tolkien dwarves, or like what the movies and portray them as, you see they do have like kind of bigger ears. Let me see if I can find a good example of that. Aw, that's cute. But hamsters are not what I'm looking for. You look up dwarves and lo and behold, you get something different sometimes. Yeah, no, I won't use this. I'm trying to find a good... Cecil, go on now. Psst. He's messing up my chair. He likes clawing on the back of it like a jerk. No, but I'm trying to find the makeup of the dwarves. Oh, this one works. You can see here that her ears are pretty big compared to her head. This is one of the female dwarf mock-ups for the, I don't know when that movie came out. Yeah, I saw some art with some big ears, but not sure. Yeah, they tend to give them these bigger ears. Because typically, if, her ears were of a better proportion, they're going to be about, like, this size. That's typically the human size of an ear, but they actually did use prosthetics for dwarves. Especially in the movies, they took larger prosthetic ears and put them on people. Put them on the actors. And a lot of people do that nowadays. They take, like, larger ear prosthetics. Some of them, I think, give their dwarves pointy ears. I wonder, can we get prosthetics? Dwarf ear prosthetics. Yes, you can. Okay. So, yeah, dwarves are usually seen with bigger ears, so like mousies. And I'm here for it. No, we're not saving that. Alright, let me grab my symmetry tool here. But I'm not going to just base them solely off of burrowers. I want to base them off of... specifically moles. Dwarves! Hello, Xianjun! Welcome in! How you doing? And yes, we are working on dwarves today. I also need to make sure my sensor and my template are in the same folder, lest they end up showing each other with something. There we go. Moles? Kind of. Now, there's this fun little rodent that I've been looking at that I'm going to take inspiration from. And there... Whoa! Sunshine! Thank you for the 4 months! Holy hell! God, it's 4 months? Really? Sheesh. God, time doesn't feel real. Time feels weird. God, 4 months. Yeah. Yeah, it has been. Holy hell. Anyway. As you can see, I've censored my stuff here, but we're gonna bump this down, and we're going to draw dwarves. Now, I'm going to start it off at near the head, because I do want to make sure the head is big, and I can go over why I'm drawing what and for what reason. But the rats or the moles that I'm specifically going to be designing them from is this fun little creature called a mole rat, a naked mole rat specifically. Now they're not gonna look half as ugly. No offense to the mole rat. The mole rats are very, very ugly. I'm sorry. They're very wrinkly. They look like a little old man crawling across, like, the dirt. But they make a series of tunnels. They burrow and make giant tunnels more than any other rodent that I could find. And that sounds very dwarf-like, at least to me. But there is something very fun and unique about the naked mole rat that not a lot of people know. They are eusocial. And what that means is they have one queen that rules them, are meerkats, not rodents. I don't know! Hold up. Meerkat. Oh, that's not what I want. Let's see. Meerkat. No, they're kind of mongooses. They're more like a mongoose, apparently. Are mongoose rodents? No. Nope. Apparently they are not rodents. They're very cute, though. Very cute. I think there will be round head shape plus mouth, and nose zones would be longer if they came from mice-like creatures. Maybe. Like I said, I'm basing them off of the mole rat, and mole rats actually have pretty flat faces. Mole rats have the flattest of faces, actually. Ooh, so my dentist called? No, it's fine. Sunshine. Pata pata. Right as you said my name, it froze. Oh, whoops. Oh, 'cause, right, you're on your phone. I forgot. But that's okay. But yeah, naked mole rats have very flat faces. They actually don't have that much of long faces. Plus, I do want them to have a lot more of a humanoid look to them. I don't want them to look like animals. I want them to look like people, humans, but with these animal-like traits or characteristics. I'm also going to be giving them a unique little setup that the naked mole rat has. They're also going to be eusocial. At least one of them are. Now, dwarves and humans, elves on my planet have different, like, sub-races, pretty much, like subspecies. Also, I just wanted to pop in and say hi, and then I passed my final with a B. Nice! Then it made me pass my final class with a B. Nice! Congrats! Yeah, I knew you could do it. Actually, I didn't know you were taking a test, but... So, more hair. Yes, they are going to have more hair, although the naked mole rat is literally naked, it has no hair, but that's fine. I want my dwarves to still have beards. I still want to call homage back to Tolkien and back to their Norse myth roots. So the first thing I'm going to start on is their head. And they're going to share the same head shape, not head shape, but head size as a human, despite their shorter stature. So I'm going to come over here and trace over this a little bit, and then I'll make the head more squat. Every time you say naked mole rat, I think of Rufus from Kim Possible. Same, though. That's actually the only reason I know about naked mole rats. And that is the only reason I know. Oh hey, the prop redeems are cheaper. Oh yeah! I did make the redeems a little cheaper. I realized a lot of stuff was kind of expensive, especially considering my, other redeems, such as a wardrobe change, actually clears them out. Moles are two things, naked and rats. Naked mole rats are three things, naked, moles, and rats. And they do look really weird. In fact, they are so weird. Their teeth are actually on the outside of their body instead of in their mouth. They actually don't have to open their mouth to use their teeth because their teeth are so far out of their face. So their mouths are closed, but their teeth are still moving, and they can, like, they use this for digging. Because, like I said, they are very good at burrowing. They burrow really hard. And they work a lot like insects, or ants, or bees. They have one queen who is fertile, and she ends up having a lot of babies with 3 to 5 male mole rats that she's gathered up for her, I guess, reverse harem. And then they end up having, like, hundreds of kids. Most of the kids are infertile. And most of them are female. A la bees and ants. Yeah, it's really cool. So I went, hey, what if some of my dwarves did that? Granted, not all of them are going to do that. So Naked Mole Rat started the reverse harem. I'd like to think the ants and the bees started the reverse harem, but the mole rat definitely copied their idea. They looked at the bee and went, damn, I want to do that. Also termites. Termites do that, kind of. But yeah, and then they create males that can have babies, and then they eventually kick them out, and the males go out, find their own new mole rat lady to be with. By the world, in this world, what is German-like thing? German-like? Oh, what do you mean by German? Because my fantasy world doesn't have, like, any ties to real-world stuff, I guess. I like to keep my world as separate from any world building that could ever be found in Earth as much as possible. Because that's why I like to do everything from scratch. I let it I mean, termites are more of a traditional monarchy. One king, one queen, married until death. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, similar? I'm not exactly sure. Considering... Well, okay, do you mean like traditional German? Because I don't really know. There isn't really any way to determine one solid culture in one of my own fantasy cultures, because I don't take inspiration from just one source. I look at a bunch of different sources and see what works best for what race. So, like I said with my Trakovish, my underlings, they were more of a an aesthetic fantasy of mine that started out silly and ended up becoming really, really heavy for me. I wanted to make a race that looked really pretty and goth, and that was it. And then I ended up making them a lot more fleshed out. But their culture, for example, using them, their culture wouldn't be considered just, like, let's say, Neo-Victorian. I have a race of humans in my world. Uh-huh. Pretty and goth, just like the... How dare you. Making me eek my own eeks. Hybrid humans. Oh, fair. Oh, hiccup. Alright, so I'm going to work on the head now. And this is going to be like a base template. Oh, hiccup. And I do want them to have bigger, broader faces, because they're bigger. They're bigger than humans. At least broader than humans. So I don't want them to have, like, I don't want them to have slender features. I want them to have stockier features. One, because stocky is just cute. I'm gonna have them be a little chubby, too. Why is it when I hear you hiccup, I want to say bless you? I just ask because I like the aesthetic of German, like Saxony from the Iron Harvest and more. Fair. That's completely fair. Aesthetic is a good part of my cultures, but the aesthetic has to, like, I guess make sense for the people? If that makes any sense. Like I said, for the Trakovish, they actually have a lot of stuff because of where they live, which is underground. And not like dwarf underground. The dwarves are going to have a very shallow existence of underground. Such as, however, some, some hybrid humans mixed with one of panda, rabbit, or cat is the only one lineage that contains dragon, celestial, human hybrids. Fair. I'm assuming... That sounds really cool, actually. But yeah, I like to go pure, evolution with my stuff. God, that music got loud. Alright, so they're gonna have these big round faces. I want them to have a bit larger, larger nostrils, but flatter nose. So like such. Like this, kind of. Instead of longer. They're gonna be squatter on their faces. And that's because the naked mole rat actually has this very squat looking face, like this. So I'm going to give them a bit more of a squat face, too. Hello. I saw this cute little cream-colored haze walk by me. His name is Cecil. Hi, baby. Go on, buddy. I know. Go on. Like potato nose? Oh, no. Misunderstood. No, not quite potato. Just, I don't want to use certain words. But they're just like squatter. Hopefully you're doing well. Hello, Pats! Yes, I'm doing very well. Is Cecil feeling better today? I hope so. He's certainly more energetic today. But I think he's feeling better. He hasn't had a tummy upset so far. And we're assuming he found something that he shouldn't have and ate it. Because he hasn't thrown up in, like, I want to say, like, a good half a year. That was his first time after a while, and I think he just we were careless and maybe he got something that he wasn't supposed to. Naughty boy, yeah. He wants to eat stuff that he doesn't need to. And I think that's might have been what happened. He nibbled something he wasn't supposed to have, and it hurt his tum, but he's okay now. Alright, my dwarves are gonna have kind of smaller-ish eyes than humans, maybe? Like so. And I do want them to have more hair, even the females. Now, I'm drawing the female head first, and the way I want my dwarves to work. So, Tolkien made his little tee-hee funny joke a long time ago in his book about, ah ha ha, we can't even... wanna hush my hands, Mirby, of course. Like plastic. Yeah, I'm not sure what he got a hold of. But more than likely, me or Leon accidentally dropped something. Or, you know, he got into something that he wasn't supposed to, and he had a tummy upset as a result. But the fact that he hasn't thrown up in like half a year is a good sign. It means we've been making sure he doesn't get into stuff he's not supposed to. I think, like I said, we were just maybe a little careless. Maybe he got a bit of food that maybe we accidentally dropped and didn't find right away. Maybe he got a chip with, like, garlic powder on it. Something. But, you know, he's doing better today. Yeah. He's so cute. I love my kibby. We also gave him a greenie to help him clean out the gross, throw-up taste I'm sure he's got. And greenies are yummy. Greenies are very good for him. I also made sure he had food and fresh water. So, he should be doing better today. Yeah, handsome boy. Also, welcome back, Serix. But yeah, I want my dwarves to be a lot more furry. Just like in Tolkien. Because I still want to pay homage. I still want them to be readable as dwarves, but a little different, if that makes sense. I don't want them to not be dwarf-like. That would be defeating the purpose of having dwarves. But they are going to have bigger ears than humans, something like that. I'm also probably going to give them slightly wider mouths as well, like so. And when they open their mouth, I want their teeth to look like this. So let's say this is the close-up of a dwarven mouth, or dwergish mouth. They're not technically called dwarves in my world, they're called dwergs. I actually did this with elves, too. Elves aren't elves, they're albs. Which is the, like a closer sound of Alf, which is the original name. So here's my dwarf. Let's say they're smiling. They are going to have teeth that do this. They're gonna have like bigger front teeth, which is a remnant of their mousy nature. Alright, so I got the head done. We're gonna scoot the head down. Whee! Because, like I said... Oh, wait, no. I forgot to do the pupils. Uh-oh. Here, let me add in the pupils. I'm thinking of making the pupils just a bit bigger. Or not the pupils, the irises. Thinking of having them be just a little bigger, take up more of the head. And there's a reason for that. They need their... what about eyes? Like, mice have pretty big and round eyes. Yeah, they're gonna have bigger irises. And that's because that gives their pupil more room to get really big. Because these guys have dark vision. Now, in D&D, for those of you who don't know what it is, a normal vision is what humans have, where, you know, you can see fine in the light, you can kind of see in dim light, and then you can't see shit in the dark. Dark vision lets you see in black and white shades in the dark, complete darkness, and these guys take in so much light because they live underground. So they have dark vision. So their eyes are bigger, like a nocturnal animal, like the eye. Eyes have huge fucking eyes, but that's because they're nocturnal. These guys aren't nocturnal, but they do live primarily underground. I know naked mole rats are pretty much blind. At least I think they're pretty much blind, because they don't really need light. Go nap now. Have a good stream. Okay, have a good nap. But with these guys, I do want them to see because they're humans. They're not like fully naked mole rats. That would be a disservice to the race itself. Alright, and like I said, they're a lot more broad than humans, so I'm going to make this one's neck really thick. And you can't really tell if this is male or female by just the head. And I did that on purpose. I don't want them to have much of a difference when being male and female. Now, just like naked mole rats, they are going to have, I want to say they're going to have like 3 gender roles. And I say roles because they might not necessarily have 3 genders. They probably are because that's just who I am. I like making 3 gendered cultures. But these guys specifically are going to have 3 roles. They're going to have a queen. They're going to have a queen, drones, or males, and then infertile females. Much like insects and the naked mole rat. And they're probably going to consider queens and unfertile females as 2 different things because they do different stuff. They have different roles in society. Which is probably where a lot of... It's probably going to be a lot of personal miscommunication on Dwerg's part when it comes to their association with other races. Because they're probably going to be asking, where are your women? And they're going to be like, what do you mean? They're like, you know, the ones that have babies, and they're like, oh, they're not allowed to leave the caverns. So they're probably going to be considered like a very, very patriarchal, rude race that like keeps their women on lock. When in actuality, it's ruled by like one lady. And the only reason she can't leave is because she's literally the queen and literally always having kids. Now, how did you build a society on that? I've been thinking a lot about this, and I'm thinking of sectioning these guys off into warrens of their own. Uh, and they probably have a society of burrowing little dwarves now, and I think queens, quote unquote, are just the matriarchs of their family or their house. And you can have multiple queens in one sitting, one area. They're just, I guess, quote unquote, leaders of their home. And I'm sure they have leaders of the entire city. It's probably of a specific family. Huh. Yeah, I think that's how they're going to do it. And I think the reason they were able to do that is when they were becoming sentient, and evolving into a more humanoid-looking species, they realized they benefited a lot more from community within their eusocial circles, and putting them all together because they needed to find an easy way to trade off their males with each other so that inbreeding wouldn't happen. So, I feel like that's how society picked up for these guys. There we go. Because in the wild, whenever a new warren or a new, I don't want to say harem, that sounds bad. A new congregation, I guess, is a good word. Whenever a new naked mole rat queen wants to make, you know, her new burrow with her many hundreds of children, she like I said, grabs up like 3 to 5 naked mole rat males that she finds wherever. I don't know exactly how they meet. We can't really like observe them that often because they're all underground. It's hard to really understand how naked mole rats conduct their, I suppose, mate hunts. But they do end up finding a naked mole rat male that is not of their own bloodline to start a new home with. Specifically, they find multiple. But these guys, they evolved past that. They just talk to each other and they figure each other out. Cecil, what are you getting into now? Hey! Stop it! He's so cute. He's trying to like drink out of a straw. Cecil! Psst, psst. I don't know what's over there, but he's very enthralled with it. I may have to get up and go stop him here in a bit. He's being very, very, very curious. Alright, so because I want these guys broader, I did give this person bigger shoulders compared to this female, and I might push that limit. I want these guys to just be really stocky, because they are probably around the same weight as humans, despite them being like 4 feet, and that's because of just how muscled and broad-stroked they are. So yeah, let's push it just a bit more. Maybe something like this. And they are very muscled. I want her to be extremely muscled. Short people are cute. Short people are very cute. Short little babies. Alright, now that I've got that done, I'm going to keep scooting her down just a little bit and drawing over her. I might actually copy and paste the legs, but for the most part, I don't need to. Now, by the time I'm done with this, I do want her to get to about 4 feet, because that is roughly the height that the Dwerg are in my world that I've set up. I actually have a website for this, so let me go to the website real quick and make sure I got it. Yeah, 4 feet to 4 foot 7. So I want this one to be taller. I want this one to be roughly 4 foot 7, 4 foot 8 even. Because I want them to work, like I said, naked mole rats. I want the queens to be kind of big. I want them to be bigger, stockier, and taller than everyone else. I want the males and the infertile females, I don't know what I should call them. Workers? I guess. Because males are called drones in insect terms. I feel uncomfortable when I see someone taller than me. I am 5'11 to 6 feet. Oh no. So I'd be cute, and Leon would be scary. Leon is 6'5", and I am 5'1". We're very cute couple, I guess. Because me am small, and he am big. Yeah, he's a very tall. He's a bear. Bears are very tall. And I'm a bat. Bats are very little. Eek, eek. So I'm baby. But I do feel very safe and protected. Alright, so I'm gonna give this lady... I keep saying lady. This is just like a base thing. I would be scared of Leon. I'd be salty because of how tall he is! Usagi went, I'm going for blood because I want that height? Usagi, you're great. Alright, so we're gonna stop it at about here. And I'm gonna give... Cecil! Are you trying to take the sword? Okay, so... we have a sword on our wall. It's like a Legend of Zelda Hylian sword. Yeah, it's the Master Sword. And I heard it tinking on the wall. And I'm like, what is happening? And I just see Cecil staring at me with huge-ass pupils, like, I'm gonna use this on you, Dad. Are you still looking at me? Oh no, you ran away. Okay, you moved. But let him fulfill his destiny of what? Killing me? Taking me out with my own sword? I mean, that does sound like a Greek story and a half, but I'm not gonna let my cat fight me. Hi. Is it because I don't let you eat the plastic? You silly thing. He's so cute, but he's such a menace sometimes. I'm not gonna let him fulfill his destiny of murdering me, I guess. Silly Kibby. Alright, we're going to give her some basic chest stuff here. Now, I have to be very careful about how I draw this, because Twitch could clap my ass. So I have to make sure I give her a bra, as such. There we go, something like that. Because I don't want Twitch to get on to me. And she could probably get pretty big, too. Because she has to have lots of babies. She probably has, like, 3 to 4, like Sif the Wolf from Dark Souls. No! Cecil just shows up and I hear boss music. Father, I am here. Alright, and also she's going to have really thick, kind of muscles, but also I want her to have a gut. 3 to 4 babies. Easy. I know what song you just made me think of. Uh-oh. What song? But yeah, they probably have, like, a whole litter. Like, maybe up to 5 even. 5 or 6. They'll have little babies. I heard I triggered Usagi with something. At the same time? Yes, at the same time. They're actually probably famous for having like 30 kids. in total. Now, naked mole rats they have literally hundreds of babies. They will have hundreds, up to 300 specifically, with just one female and like 5 males. That's a lot of baby. But these guys, they probably don't need to have that many anymore because they all live in a society together. Because normally your whole clan and it makes up the society as a naked mole rat with your 300 strong. But these guys are actually collectively hanging out together. So they praise you with the hose. Psst. But these guys are actually living together, so they don't have to worry as much about that kind of stuff, I guess. Ah, my video paused. Rude! Rude, rude, rude. Poor Serix, being bullied. Alright, I'm scared. What did you send me? I don't know if I should listen to that. I'm scared. Also, Archer is fun. I enjoy playing Archer. It's very simple. Alrighty, but yeah, they probably only have like up to 30 at a time per family. And that's because they don't need to work and get like 300 of them at a time. Now, I'm also going to draw the hands real quick, and I want the hands to be roughly the same size as humans, maybe even a bit bigger, because even though they use their mouths, probably, or not really their mouths, I am basing them off naked mole rats in terms of like society, but they are technically moles, so I want their hands to be a lot bigger with like little nails that they've used to dig. Nowadays they don't need them as much. They can make tools for that, so their hands have actually lost their size and their nail like strength compared to what they used to have, because now they use pickaxes and all that good shit. But they still have those. They still have a remnant of what they used to have, which is what evolution is all about. Finding remnants of what they could have had. At least for me. And they've lost all of this stuff via a process called neoteny. Now, for those of you who are new to the channel, you probably haven't heard what neoteny is. And neoteny is basically when something evolves so much that it starts to have traits of a baby, pretty much, even when it becomes an adult. For instance, we are neotenous apes, pretty much. If you look at a baby chimp, it looks a lot more human than an adult chimp. That's because we are a product of that. We are a neoteny-fueled species. We looked like chimp babies. And then we started losing our hair, like baby-looking of what chimp babies would look like. It was like this whole process. By the way, the song is about loving big women. Aw, hell yeah. And it's pretty pog. I'll listen to it once I'm done. I'm more of a warlock guy. I love dark magic things, even if I've never played D&D or a bard. For monster seduction! I feel that. What, Kibi? But yeah, neoteny is a fun little thing. I guess I could cover that at some point. Because I do want to, I suppose, show off how it works. Which, for those of you who know what an axolotl is, you actually kind of know how it works. Raise of hands, who know what a cute little axolotl is? Me, I'm not the hunter stereotype. Proceeds to play only bow characters. I'm not a hunter, I'm not a hunter, I'm not a hunter. Has a bow. Shit! But yeah, who knows what axolotls are? If you don't know, where have you been? But yeah, I'm gonna give my dwarves some nice little nails. Some big, beefy, like, bigger fingers. Because their hands are, like, digging. You know what an axolotl is? Okay, good. Cause fun fact, oxalotls are actually products of neoteny. Oxalotls are just babies that grew into adults. They are very cute, but they're like the baby versions of salamanders. You know how when frogs grow up, they start off as tadpoles, then they grow their legs, but they still have their tail, and then they're in that awkward, like, teenage phase, and then they slowly evolve into a big, fully fledged froggo. That's what salamanders do, too. Salamanders also have a tadpole phase, and then a teenage phase where they have the tail and the legs, but not quite the body, and then they turn into a salamander, which they're amphibious, just like froggos. Uh, at some point during evolution, salamanders started evolving to become salamanders from their tadpole stage, and this kind of halfway through said, no, nah, I'm good. And that's where we got axolotls. They still have the gills on their heads, the little frills for breathing, and they started having their legs to become a salamander, and they have their tails, but they stopped. They said, I don't want to be a salamander anymore. I'm just going to keep growing up into an adult. And then they became an adult, but they never became a salamander. Because they are sexually mature. Axolotls can have baby axolotls, but they're supposed to be salamanders. That is a form of evolution making a neoteny-based creature. It looks like a baby version of something, but it's an adult. It's really fucking cool. And that's essentially where we came from. I returned to abs. Yeah, they're gonna have abs, but more like cannibal guts. They're gonna be like sturdy strong, not bodybuilder strong. Cause no offense, bodybuilders aren't really that strong. They have show muscles. They don't have tell muscles. They have showy muscles. They don't have dewy muscles. If that makes sense. But if you always look at strongman competitions where dudes are like just straight up deadlifting shit, they have huge cannonball guts. That's what I want my dwarves to look like. Because they're strong. They're strong as hell. So while, yes, she will have some semblance of, like, this kind of muscle feature, all abs, best abs. Oh, good. Himiko also respects the cannonball. Good. She's also, this is going to be the queen, so she's going to have huge hips. She gonna got huge hippos. So I'm gonna have this squish in, and then bring this out, and I'm gonna give her huge birthers. I should stop talking. Ugh, kill me. I'm gonna also pull this out so I can see what I'm doing from a faraway angle. I'm also not sure if I want her arms to stay the same length that I have them. Because typically arms start at about the groin area, like about here. But if they're a race of digging people, wouldn't they want longer arms so they can reach stuff faster? Maybe I'm thinking too hard. I'll bring it up just a little bit. Maybe the arms are a little longer in proportion, but not by much. But yeah, I'm gonna give her some chub right here, a little bit of natural chubbiness. And then I'll give her her hips. Her big-ass burfin' hips. Yep. There we go. I wanted to clean it up a little. Would be logical. Yeah. That's what I thought. Alright, so their elbows will go to about here. Sippy time! Thank you, Serix. Serix went, you've been talking a while. Stop talking. I know that's not what you're really saying. Also, it makes me so glad to see that you're from Remy. Remy is a good bean. Remy, very good. Also, they're going to have big-ass muscular arms. Like so. And like so. So, maybe something like that. Maybe not as big, but something close. Because I do want these guys to be pretty muscled. Even the females, especially. They're going to be just as big. Now, I've been thinking about how I want my workers to be, I guess, in civilization. So, while the queen's here, I'm probably not going to have them have a lot of facial hair. Oh my. I'm glad you approve, Himiko. Every time I need to draw someone with muscles, I should go to you. I also need to fix that shoulder a little bit. Let's do that. What, Kibwe? My cat is yelling at me. There we go. Fix that a little bit. But yeah, I don't want the fertile females, the queens, as I'm going to just keep calling them, for lack of a better word. I want the queens to not have a whole lot of facial hair. The men will probably have your standard beards. But then I want the workers, the unfertile females, to also have beards. And the reason for this is I've been doing a lot of research on what causes female infertility. And there is a hormone that kicks off. Let me look this up again, just to make sure I don't get it wrong. Let me look this up. But there is a chemical that can kick off that gives you a higher than normal level of male hormones. It basically kickstarts your androgen, which lets more testosterone go through the body. So basically, these females that are born get a kick of testosterone inside their body right when they hit puberty, and they also get beards, just like the men. And it's a sign that they are infertile. It's a sign that they are their third gender, essentially. And it's natural for them. In fact, they are the most commonly... they are the most common gender there. They're the most common sex, as they would consider them. They would consider them a new sex. They're the most common, because the infertile females actually outnumber the queen and the drones for like 20 to 1 especially in insects. The in the eusocial ladder of systems, I have no muscles. I mean, like, no abs and other things. I'm thin AF, but I don't think I need them. No, if you don't want them, you don't have to get them. But yeah, these infertile workers are a lot more abundant than the queens and the males. So I should hope they are known in society, because they make up, I want to say, 2/3 of society. At least in this version of the dwarvish people. I'm also gonna scoot this down a bit more, like so I can get the legs in. I realized I could scoot this up a little. Goodness. Give them big ol' hips. Now, I'm gonna do a fun little cheeky thing that I like to do a lot, and that's called copy my shit and paste it in. Because if I've drawn it once, I'm not gonna draw it again. That's my motto. Plus, these are just sketches. I don't have to worry about, like, drawing whole-ass, like, pieces. I've already drawn them. I'm gonna go over it with line art anyway. At least I have chubby thighs. I hardly connect my fingers around. There's nothing wrong with thighs, though. Cecil, what are you doing, buddy? Did you find your gummy hand? I think he brought his toy up here. Oh, I can't reach it. Whatever. he pulled it away from me. Alrighty, so let's squatten out these legs. Squatteth. Something like that, maybe. Now, before I make the final decision, I need to scoot these guys down fully. Because I want to make sure she is the height I need her to be, which she's about 4'5". She could be a little taller. Let's do that. Let's make her a little taller. Get her to about 5'6". Maybe 5'7". And I think I'm going to do that by expanding this out just a bit more. Because I don't want her legs to be... I don't want her legs to be as long as the average human. I want it to be a little shorter. There we go. Ah. Oh, there we go. Boop! I booped my cat. I also want this to stretch out. Oh, excuse me, Kibby. I didn't say it was wrong, I just don't know how I got them. My metabolism is pretty fast. Well, bodies do work in mysterious ways. Different parts of our bodies can hold more fat stores than other parts of our bodies, so who knows, maybe that's why. Alright, let's stretch out this lady's thighs, because I want her to have big thighs. There we go. That's a pretty good curve. I am probably going to have to go in, though, and clean this up and fix it just a bit, because it looks kind of wonky. So, like this. Let me find the hip. I just need... I sneezed. Alrighty, so this is going to be the chub area. This is going to be the hip, starting in its entirety, and these are going to be the nice, thick legs. I might make the feet a bit bigger, though. Let's make these boys just a bit more sized. Because they need their feet a bit bigger. They need to be carrying that weight better. Okay. And let's gather this, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Thank you. I just saw your ow, your bless you. I hit my arm. Ow. That hurt. But yeah, I'm gonna make this side of the legs also kind of thick. So I'm gonna scoot these up. Like so. So, 1, 2, 3, and then go over here. 1, 2, 3. There we go. No, no... What are those things called? What are these called whenever the, like, thigh gaps? That's what it's called. No thigh gaps here. We do not need thigh gaps in this dojo. But we do need thicker legs for the muscles. So, something like that. And we do not thigh gap in this race. There we go. And that's what I want my dwarves to look like. Very short, very staunched. And this is probably going to be the standard female. They'll probably have smaller breasts when they're not doing anything, but when they're having babies, they're probably going to get bigger. Are you making this world for fun, or is there another reason? Oh, well, originally it was just for fun, but I've since started creating it to be a D&D campaign. I want to make a D&D campaign around it. I actually have a website for it and everything. I'm very proud of my website. It has all the information that I need, so I can actually go back to the website if I need information. I think that's it. Oh, wait. I know. So, right here is where it'll start, and if we do this, if we follow this, there we go. Her little oh. I was giving her 2 tails on accident. Whoops. There we go. Her tail. Because I want them to have rodent tails that start at the base of the spine. And they're more vestigial nowadays. They're not, like, used for anything crazy. Oh, I see. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm glad. I just hope my players like it when I get players. So far, I have 1 player that well, maybe 2 players that I'm, like, super jived about having. But other than that, I don't know who else is joining. Alright, now that I have the female done, and I've made her pretty tall, about 4'6", I'm going to copy this over. I should probably do this, just so Twitch doesn't yell at me. Look, Twitch, she's wearing underwear, I promise. Kind of. Now, I'm going to copy her. And I'm going to scoot her over. This way. Like this? There we go. Oh, no. This way. We're going to line her up with the male. I would do it shorter, like the tail is degrading. Maybe. I do know it also depends on the race of dwarf. As I said, my dwarg they have different types of ethnicities, and only one really works as a eusocial individual. Well, no, that might not necessarily be true now that I'm looking at it. But they have different levels of tail length, so that's just kind of like a it's there sort of thing. Because field mice actually do have very long tails, very long, slender tails. But the moles underground would have bigger, like much bigger arms, and have like a really short, stubby tail. So it just depends on what the creature, on what the version of dwarf it is. So this is more like just a generalized template. Alright, we're gonna shrink this being, this individual. If I can figure out how. There we go. So, we're gonna make this one a little shorter. Huh? Well, she's not going the way I want. Hold on. What the heck? Oh, because I was holding down a button wrong. But, because the females are bigger and ready to have... Sure. Because the females are always having a lot of babies, they're going to be bigger. But the males and the workers are not going to be that big. So I'm going to make the males closer to 4 feet. Like that. So that's about the size they're going to be. I might make the head a little bigger, so it doesn't look silly. And now we're going to work on the shoulders. I'm going to scoot them out, because the males do still have broader shoulders than females. Because they're probably the ones out digging a lot more than the females are. So they need their bigger strong arms. 8, there we go. And now I can get rid of their hips. Because the males do... Oh, it's not working! There we go. The males do not have hips. Not like the females do. I'm also going to give them a chest that is much larger. But I am going to keep their stomach. Oh. That's huge. There we go. And the dwarven males, like I said, are going to be the ones with the facial hair. So they're going to have, like, huge beards. And then the worker females are going to also have beards. I think I might have made the males a bit too big, though, in the shoulders. Oh, no, that looks fine. Yeah, that looks fine. And they're very sturdy. They have very big upper bodies. And they have big, broad chests. And then they have that Y. Now, the Y is, that's typically what I call that muscle right here in, men's hips, like in the front of their hips. They also have kind of big-ish hips, though, compared to a human, because they need that stability to keep their shoulders up, basically, because their shoulders are really broad. Beer belly, but no beer, because no wheat are things that would be used to make beer. I'm pretty sure some of them have brewed. Beer still exists. This music got real loud. Let me turn that down. But yeah, beer still exists in the world. Now, whether or not they would be brewing it, is another matter. I don't know if some of them would be, at least. Because they're underground. It's really hard to brew something underground. It's really hard to grow wheat underground. However, I do think they might have some trade. They might do trade with other races that brew it. Alright, so here's his Y. His Y muscle, right here. And then we're gonna give him his muscle gut. Like so. Because looking at them from the side, like so, they're probably gonna have something like this. Like, here's his bigger chest, and then here's part of the muscle, and then here's the gut. And then he's gonna have, like, some muscle here. And then here's the Y, and then here's his legs. So he's gonna have, like, a bit of a cannonball gut that sticks out like that. All of them are. They're all gonna have, like, a bit of sturdiness to them. At least in terms of the pure underground moles. Because, like I said, there are also a mushroom beer. Hey, mushroom beer might work. It tastes really weird, though. I don't like the smell or taste of mushrooms, so just putting it into an alcoholic beverage just does not sound appealing to me. That would be gross. Sorry about that. I had to turn down my music. That shit started my music, and then I started blasting. It really did, though. But yeah, if they do have beer, it's primarily an import. They don't make it. Mushrooms can contain sugar. True, but I still don't want to think about it. Mushrooms are gross. At least to me. I'm not a fan. Sounds like something my underlings would do, though. Because my underlings live with mushrooms. Specifically bioluminescent mushrooms. Ferment those motherfuckers and see what happens. Oh man, you'd get high on the glowy stuff. Oh, that's true. Mushrooms also make you get high. True, some people do drink for the effect and not the taste. Maybe I'm being closed-minded about it because I do not like the taste of alcohol. It is absolutely fucking awful. It actually tastes terrible. And I don't really like getting drunk, so there is no appealing effects for me for alcohol. Alright, so I got my male. There he is. Broader chested, broader shouldered, and then the ewe males are basically going to look like this, but they're going to have a bit of wider hips, and that's pretty much it. They're just going to have slightly wider hips. I'll still copy them over, though. Let me select this and bring them on over. Maybe they also have slightly smaller shoulders. I don't like alcohol as well, and the effect is not that comfy. The effect is... no, it's not comfy. It's not fun. Not for me, at least. I won't judge people who want to drink alcohol, but I don't like it. I don't have to be around those people. Alright, so since they pretty much were... Oh, wait, no. I don't have my thingy on again. There we go. So since these guys pretty much never had estrogen in their lives, but they still have that female, I guess, hormone thing to them. They do have slight bone structure differences, but they don't really have female qualities. There we go. And those are my dwarves. Look at them. The babies. So this is roughly how I want them to look. Granted, this is, like I said, the moles specifically. The field mice are going to look a lot more thinner, smaller. I also have something called squirrels. The forest squirrels are going to be thinner, a lot thinner, and their ears are going to be kind of pointed with like fur on the tip. And their tails are actually going to have a lot of fur on it. So yeah, there's a lot of different things going into this. This is just going to be the basic of basics. Now, should I line it? I think I should line them. Let's line my dwarves. Alright, come here, symmetry tool. Because I want to start making some clothing for them, like I always do. I like drawing clothes. Alright. Now I'm probably going to not draw their beards at first. Oh, thank you for the stretch and the sippy. Oh, pop my back. Wah. Oh, that water was tasty. But you draw naked people. I do draw naked people. That's just a fact of life. But I'm not going to give these guys their beards yet. But I did draw them like this for a reason. It's because I want a base to work with when drawing hair and clothes. It's easier to draw multiples of of things when you have a base of one thing. Alright, so this is going to be the female, the queen. So her features are going to be just a bit softer than the standard dwarf, and no one has really seen these guys before, not outside. Not outsiders, unless they've, like, specifically gone into dwarven territories and visited a queen, because maybe she summoned them or something. But it's actually really uncommon for a queen to be seen outside of her warren. There we go. I'm gonna give her her bigger eyes, because, like I said, I want them to have pretty big eyes and irises, like so. And it's because their pupils can get really big, because they live underground. They need the big pupils. They also have a flatter, squatter noses, with nostrils that are a bit bigger than the average human. Something like that. And I did make their mouths a little wider. What reason can she leave the place? Like danger? Yeah, probably if the warren is under attack, she'll definitely move out. But for the most part, it's not a good idea for her to leave. Because the queens are usually pregnant. They're usually, like, actively having kids for, like, the next 10 years of their lives. So they always need to be in a place that's safe. Which is usually in their homes and their warrens. There we go. I wanted to clean up her eyes a little bit. And also, if she's a lot older, there's no social obligation for her to really have kids anymore, so she can probably wander around by then. But at that point, she's probably so used to living in her civilization, she wouldn't know what the first thing, about leaving. But that's not to say she hasn't before. It's just probably... I say she as in general, not, like, this one queen. There's millions of these. Or rather, thousands, I guess. There's tens of thousands of quote-unquote queens. It's just the term I'm using for females in this context. Yeah, I'm sure there's been a few that have left and seen the outside world, but it's usually pretty rare. They typically stick to their home. And she does have a softer face than the standard dwarf. Very lovely face, like this. Gentle, more feminine looking. Because of the estrogen. Because she needs the estrogen to have lots of babies. So she's probably very soft looking. Because she has a lot more, well, I guess, fat on her body to feed baby. Like so. I still gave her that strong jaw, though, because she does still have a stronger muscle and bone build than most humans. So she has a very strong jaw and a very strong cheekbones. Like here. There we go. That looks pretty nice. Alright. Let's give her her big ears. Now, I'm not going to front. I have already drawn a race of humans. And I have already covered them in luau of what I'm doing here. So I'm going to make sure how I did the ears for the humans I can do for the dwerg. Because I want my stuff to stay consistent. Okay, so I drew the ears, like, completely. I didn't just make a circle. Would it be logical to shorten their pregnancy time, like 6 months? Because they are smaller and evolved from rat-like creatures. Yes, but at the same time, they also live a bit longer than humans nowadays. They live up to 150. Which doesn't necessarily change gestation time. I wouldn't say 6 months. I would say closer to about 7. So a little less than humans, but not by much. Yeah, something like that. And considering they have a lot of babies, the population's actually still pretty balanced. And that has to do with most of the population being born are infertile. Because they only have like 1 to 2 kids that actually can have kids of their own. So while they're creating a large population, it still stays relatively... I don't want to say equal, but it stays relatively small in comparison to how many kids they are having. Oh, what is that? There we go. Sorry about that. But yeah, let's say this lady that we're drawing pops out like 30 kids. 2 of those are going to be able to, like, give birth, and one of them maybe is probably going to be able to be male. The rest are all infertile. And that's just how it happens. Well, wait, why so long? Anti-sanitary, plus their past ones are pretty short-living. True, but over time, they have found better ways to be sanitary. After all, humans did drop at about 40 to 50. At least peasants did, because they didn't have access to, I guess, cleaner environments, but 150 is about the age they can reach. That doesn't mean they necessarily do all the time. Just like how we can technically reach 100 to 110 or 20. We don't normally do. It's just like the cap, if that makes sense. And that has less to do with sanitary reasons and more having to do with when your telomeres unravel, essentially, which is the caps on your DNA. That's the reason we age to begin with. And that's what kills you. Yes, your sanitary reasons, it's a factor, but it also just has to do with your DNA. Like lobsters. Lobsters will never fucking die because they have regenerative telomeres or something to that effect. Their DNA will never unravel. So lobsters could theoretically just keep growing. Spooky. But yeah, age has nothing to do with that. Oh, I broke my finger. And I wanted them to be about 150. And it's probably not uncommon for the females, the queens, to reach that age. They probably get to about 130 easy, because they are in very safe environments. They are in a very closed-off, protected sanctuary. And I believe they do that because they're so worried about what little fertile people they do have getting hurt. They don't want the females and most of the males to even leave. Males are more commonly Elden Ring flashbacks about railgun lobsters. Railgun lobsters. I haven't seen that yet. I'm playing Elden Ring. I haven't seen that yet. I'm scared now. What does it mean? I'll find out when I get there, I guess. Alright, I'm gonna give her her big ears. Oh, hiccup. There we go. Close. Yeah, that's fine. I will not spoil. Okay, good. I'll cry. I'll cry if you spoil. Alright, so I got this lady's... No, her head's a little too squat. Let's fix that. It's not that round, though. Yeah, it's pretty close. Pretty good. There we go. So that's gonna be her head for me. Softer, gentler. Oh, I remembered beer from some sort of roots. Oh yeah, you can make root beer as well. Fuck. You can make root beer! Hell yeah, they have carbonated soda in this world? Fuck yeah, sign me up. Root beer is one of my faves. But yeah, true, I think they do eat root vegetables. Naked Roll Rats love root vegetables, so... As I hope they should. It's literally the only thing they can get their hands on. Boop. Alright. Can't very well go to your local underground Taco Bell for a fucking chalupa at 2 a.m. I'm just saying. Alright, I'm gonna give her her neck, muscles, root plus mushroom beer. Hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. They could definitely make a root mushroom beer. And they do have access to salt deposits. They have access to a lot of underground stuff, so they could very easily ferment it. Alright, hopefully Twitch doesn't clap me. Like, Twitch, I promise I'm drawing bras on this lady. I promise. See, Twitch? See? I'm good. I'm a good boy. I did. I'm a good boy, Twitch. Don't hurt me. Cyrilia! Hello, welcome in. How you doing? I know that pretty little name. Let's just keep going this way on the bra, just to be safe. See, Twitch, I'm a good boy. I didn't do it. Yeah, that's as good as I'm gonna get it. Alright, they probably don't have lift in their culture, So I'm just gonna give her some slight bloop right there. I'm doing good. Thank you so much for the raid yesterday. Yeah! I saw you were playing Hades and you looked adorable, and I'm like, I gotta drop in on this cutie pie. So he did. I hope my lovelies, my raiders that I brought with me were good. I know Usagi stayed for a while, because I watched for a bit. I was lurking, but I tried not to pay too much attention, because I didn't want to get spoiled. I realized you were farther than me. But I realized watching just the... Aw, you're adorable. But it is true. Ugh. But yeah, I realized you were farther, and I didn't want to necessarily take in information that I might spoil myself on. Yes, everyone was nice. Okay, good. I'm glad to know everyone's behaving and being good boys and girls. And non-binary babies. I don't know what the word to use for that. Alright, so I'm just going to keep it Twitch safe here. Because I don't know what constitutes when putting on, like, underwear like this. Now, because she is chumbier, I am going to give her... I'm going to drop the belly button a little bit to about here, like so. Also, since you are just coming in and saying hello, we are doing world building today. World Building Wednesday. I am working on a new dwarf race, of all things. And I'm making her Chumby. Because we appreciate Chumby. I don't think her belly button would be that low. But yeah, she is going to have a bit of fat padding on top of the gut muscle that she has. And we are going to have something like this. Yeah, so the females, the fertile females are going to be a lot more naturally chubby. Like little bunnies, world building and having fun joking. Yeah. Alright, let's give her her hips now. And I gave her a little bit of crease here because, like I said, she's going to be chubbier than the others. Because she has to have all the bebes. And just to be safe, I'm going to do this so Twitch doesn't slap me. See, Twitch, I'm a good boy. I promise. What? Oh. Thank you for the 5 biddies, Soralia. And yeah, have a good lurk. And thank you for coming in and saying hello. Yeah, she's a sweetheart. I found her and raided her yesterday. Eh. I'm gonna make her hips just a bigger. How did I do the human's knees? No, I drew it. I drew it how I had it. Okay. I make the knees look weird. This is not how I normally draw knees, by the way. I usually do knees like this, but this I'm trying to go pretty, like, diagram inspired rather than, like, idealized inspired. So this is gonna look weird. Alright, so she's gonna have her thighs together like so. And then her natural muscle is going to come out, like so. But she is going to have this padding for, you know, for the squishy factor. And now I'm gonna just do her feet. No, I'm not gonna... Why does it always go back to feet with me? Who am I? Alright, let's give her her ankles. So that I can find where her feet are and connect her legs. Oh, I should also probably give her toes, maybe very tiny nails? like little sharp points, similar to rats and mole rats features. But that's a maybe. Did I do that for humans too? No, I did not. I lied. False alarm, everybody. I do not have to do it. Because I didn't do it for the humans. And I like to stay consistent. As consistent as possible, at least. Alright, but I'm at least going to draw their little individual toes, like so. There we go. And leg time. Whee! Don't bother, there was nothing weird about what you said. I know, but I've had people clip certain things about me talking about feet. So I'm now known as the fucking feet guy amongst my peers. Alright, so I'm gonna give it a bit of a bump and a muscle here, like so. Because it's not just gonna dip in, they're a lot more sturdy than that. She kind of looks bow-legged now that I'm doing this, but it's fine. I have an idea. I might give her more of a neck. Because this is starting to bug me. Very slightly. Oh, whoops. I don't want to drag the whole thing with me. Just this. Yeah, I might drop the shoulders just a bit so that I can give her a better neck. Because that lack of a neck was really fucking with me. There we go, that looks... feet is part of the human body, not very clean, but still, so there's nothing weird about it, and non-human bodies. Exactly. But me saying I'm going to do the feet is, not the best way to introduce myself to the, to the piece. I'm also gonna scoot this up a bit, make her hips a little higher. Maybe not that high. Hold on. But I do want this a little higher. I'm not doing anyone's feet. Okay, so she's chumby, so we keep the chumbiness. And I'm gonna do that. Have her hips a little higher. People just lewd. True. Or they like memeing me. They do it out of, like, love bullying, so it doesn't bother me. I just have to be careful, or they'll have ammo. There we go. That looks a lot nicer. I'm also gonna bring this in. Because she's squishy. Yeah, that looks fine. Okay. Sorry, I had to stare for a minute, make sure everything looked good. Now I can make her hands. Now, as a female, as a queen specifically, she's not under any duress to dig, so she's probably going to have smaller arms and hands, a little bit, and then it's the males and especially the workers that will have the bigger arms, because they're the ones that evolved to specifically carve into the dirt. Granted, it's not going to be much of a difference, but it's still going to be there. And I say the males aren't going to have as big arms as the workers because males also don't really... staring respectfully at the lovely folds. Dude, chubby? Chubby is cute, okay? Tummy? Tummy is beautiful. I love it. I love cute chubby tummies. I want to kiss him. Ah. Okay, there we go. So yeah, she's not going to have arms or hands nearly as big as a worker's. Neither will the males, because neither of them are really not as versed, but they're not the ones that evolved to have to do that labor. The workers did. Alright, 4 and 5. There we go. She's still gonna have bigger arms, but nothing. Chibi is indeed cute as well as flat. Yeah! Anything. Anything is cute. Pudgy with the hips, slender and elf-like. Whatever the body shape is pretty. I just like people. I just like bodies and people. Everything has an aesthetic value to it. Everything can be pretty. Alright, so she has a little bit larger arms than what you would expect from, like, a human female. Because human men and women are not nearly as stocky or muscled as these guys. I mean flat belly. Ah! I just mean anything. Okay, that looks fine. But yeah, there she is. I'm gonna turn off my symmetry tool. Since this is going to be the moles, they're not going to have the big tails, so you can't even see their tails. Their tails are actually, like, back here. And very small. Like, it starts here at the base of the spine, and then it's just like that. Like a little stump. Alright, but now I'm gonna work on the males. They're gonna look real fucking weird at first, because they're not gonna have facial hair. But don't worry, I'll try my best. Because I'm keeping them completely clean-shaven, head and everything, so we're not gonna see the facial hair at first. I'm also thinking of giving females a bit of hair, like here, on the sides of their head, and like maybe down their jawline a little bit, but nothing compared to these two. The males and the workers are going to have a lot of hair. Oh, and thank you for the sippy. I'm also been thinking a lot about braids and like hairstyles for beards, which sucks. You don't really see that a lot in our society. It's only for like really elaborate like aesthetics, like certain aesthetics. Like, I know there's these beard contests where dudes will literally grow their beards out and then put them in these really wonky, like, curls and shapes for like, competition purposes. But other than that, I haven't really seen a lot of beard decoration. I don't see people putting, like, beads in their beards. They don't braid them that often, unless you're Norse as hell. And even then, it's not all that often. Then again, if you're a part of an Icelandic metal band, you're probably going to do something with your beard. And you're gonna have a beard that reaches your toes, I'm just saying, but if you're not in that, like, niche culture, you're not gonna have a very decorative beard. So I've been having to struggle when it comes to, yeah, modern fashion. Modern fashion depresses me. Modern fashion is so fucking bad, dude. What happened to looking like cool motherfuckers? Like, especially men's fashion. Our fashion has dropped so high, like low in quality compared to what it looked like a couple 100 years ago. Like, 16 to 700s, men's clothing looked fucking dope. We had these really pretty jackets and like knee-high leggings of like a white silk. We had like really pretty puffy pants and like, what happened to it? Tailcoats? What happened to that? Me want back. Give me. I mean, to be fair, Rococo fashion is not my aesthetic. It's not my whatever. I prefer neo-Victorian sensibilities, but still, we were going somewhere. Why did we stop? I don't care. I just wear what I want. I like black and red. Black and red is very pretty. I like to wear black and purple. Right now, I am wearing my purple shirt, my little black vest, and my little purple tie. I took off my collar. I usually wear a choker, but don't worry about that. you don't have to worry about my collar. That's for very special situations that I'm not in when I'm on stream. Anyway. But yeah, it just upsets me in general. I'm like, where's all the pretty? Where? I like the thigh highs. I like the knee highs and the puffy pants. It just makes me so sad. Then we got stuck with basically a tuxedo for the next 200 years. Bullshit. Anyway, enough of my rambling. Let me get back to my drawing. I just long for the days where men could be men and wear puffy pants. I think it just... For me, it frustrates me because I'm already so, like, soft-looking. And pretty, I guess, quote-unquote. Black and red looks badass. It does. Not worried about the color. I know it's the Desmond Leon thing. So? But yeah, it just sucks a little because you're looked at weird. Or you're like misgendered even. I'm misgendered whenever I dress how I want to. Because I'm not like wearing a t-shirt that's questionably washed with like a mustard stain on the end. You know, like, you know what I'm talking about. It's frustrating. I want people to just be people. And not tell me I look gay because I'm dressed in a neo-Victorian shawl. Honey, that's not what makes me gay. I'm gay because I suck anyway. Oh, hey, look, art! Alright, so I did say I wanted the men to have more testosterone, so their eyebrows are going to be thicker and flatter than the females. That's typically how it works. And we're basically just going to copy these guys and paste them over to the worker. Because the workers also have this. I might also give him slightly smaller eyes. Like so. Yeah, that looks good. Let me clean up the pupils a little bit here. There we go. And these guys are going to have really broad facial structure, just like the females. But it's going to be a little more rugged, sharper, especially down here. Like so. Maybe not that big. Thank you, Hibiko! You fucking nerd. I was caught in 4K. I mean, am I wrong though? I'm not wrong. Where's the lie? That's right, nowhere. Now I'm just looking at 17th century fashion, wondering where we went wrong. I should probably be looking up beards. I see Himiko is taking a picture of me. Taking a picture of my sins. Himiko said, ah, ha, ha, click. Oh, tap my mic a little bit. Sorry about that. I was moving it. Alright, I'm gonna give this guy some jaw. And then his chin. His chin needs to be bigger than this. What am you doing? Draw better, idiot. There we go. There we go. Alright. Let me grab some... Oh, nope. That's not where that should go. Click. This one's going in the funny album. Alright, let me look for some dwarfs. Alright, I've pulled up some references for beards, because I'm going to be drawing those after I finish the dwarves here. Because I want to draw beards. Beards are pretty. I have gray jeans plus a black and red squarey shirt, and a black jacket and blouse, or something like that. A squarey shirt. I'm actually very curious about what that means. Like plaid? Like it has those square patterns on them, like the plaid? Because plaid's always nice. Oh, that's something else I wanted to think about and talk about at some point. Because since I'm just working on the dwarfs and what they look like, or the dwerg, sorry. Oh, I just know how it's called. Oh. Wait. I'm assuming it's plaid, because when I hear squared, or square, black and red, I'm assuming it's like black and red tartan, kind of. I wonder, should I also give him more of a neck like I did the female? I might need to. Oh, English isn't your native. Okay, got it. Yeah, I believe you're looking for the word plaid. P-L-A-I-D. That's what we call it. And those are very pretty shirts. They're very lovely. Alright, let's give this guy his ears. Wee. Nope. There, that looks good. Oh, I forgot his mouth. I'm like, why does he look weird? Because I'm stupid, that's why. And he does have a pretty wide mouth. There we go. The structure looks fine. Okay. My native is Ukrainian. Oh, nice! Yeah. It's really cool having, like, meeting people that don't speak native English. It makes me not conscious, but it makes me more aware that I may need to use words in a different way because someone might not quite understand what I said, and it's really cool to like have to. It's really cool that I can. I don't know how to explain this. Basically, I have 3 languages. Itches. But, it's really interesting, is what I'm trying to say. Oh, you have 3 languages that you know. Got it. Alright, how am I gonna do this? I need his shoulders lower. Why is my head Why is my head wonky? I don't know, are you okay? Also, should I make this guy's chin bigger? I'm thinking of making the chin, like, lower. Like, maybe just a bit lower. Like this. And then give him that jaw line that I had. That Superman jaw line. Right here. Actually, that doesn't look good. Hold on. Let me clean it up. I'll do this since the chin is sticking out, and maybe something like this? Because they do have stronger faces. I don't know, I feel normal, but I'm misspelling so much today. That's okay. I can pick up what you're saying. You don't gotta worry about that. Okay, so that's about 4'1", so he's pretty good in terms of height. So I'm gonna lower the collar just a bit from the sketch that I did, because I want to lower his shoulders. Like so. Because I want to give him more of a neck like I did the female. Like that. God, he looks so weird without a beard. Because whenever I'm done with this line art, I will go back in and I'm probably going to do something like this. Like, give him something like this. But for now, it looks so fucking silly. Also, here's his pectorals. There you are, sir. I don't know if I should draw his nib knobs. Are nib knobs for males fine? You know what? No. Fuck that. I'm not drawing the nips. For one reason and one reason only. Society likes to think nipples are not acceptable for females, but dudes, it's fine. No, fuck that. Equality. I'm not showing anyone's nipples. I'm gonna give him a bra, too. Back to languages. The ones I know are Ukrainian, Russian, and English, but I want to add German to the list, because it sounds scary and badass. Nice! I actually have been learning German for about 100 days now. I've been doing Duolingo, of all things. I can say very, very basic sentences. I can say stuff like, let's see. I'm trying to think of a sentence I can just do off the top of my head here. Meine Mutter wandern im Herbst. Stuff like that. Does Duolingo actually work? For me, yes. I pick up the language pretty easily with Duolingo, but German and English are very similar. And because I am an English native speaker, German's pretty easy for me to pick up. So if you have a really good grasp on English, German will be pretty easy for you to pick up too. But it just depends on whether or not Duolingo works for you. It works for me. I don't know if it'll work for you though. But you can at least try. It is free. Alright, I'm gonna give this guy, like, this part of the muscle sticking out. Because, like I said, he's got muscle definition, but it's like a cannonball gut. In fact, I'm gonna go look up the strongman body. We're gonna look up strongmen. Because they've got, like... Here, I'll show you what I mean specifically. They've got these, like, really hefty guts. Like this. And I want my, dwarves to have the same thing. So I need to figure out how to do that. Oh my god, this is actually very accurate. Basically how Thor should look like. Yeah! Or like this. Where they've got like that really strong round gut. It's a really nice gut. I know this is also called the Soul Guard gut. Because Leon's family actually, the males in the family actually have that gut. His dad has a really, like, hard, like, cannonball muscle gut. And Leon also has a similar body structure, although he isn't as big as his dad. Not in the waist, at least. He's a lot more, like, shoulder heavy. His shoulders are huge, and then he, like, slims down at the waist. He's just hot, okay? Listen! Let me simp for my husband. The next God of War game has a super accurate-looking Thor with that body type, and it looks badass. I know, I saw! Apparently, they were getting a lot of shit about it. They're like, ew, why is Thor, like, got a beer gut? It's like, fuck off! You don't know what a cannibal gut is? You dumbasses. I was so mad, dude. I was pissed off when I heard people were, like, talking shit on Thor's looks. I'm like, dude, the new Thor looks so fucking cool, and I will fight anyone who thinks he looks bad. I will swing in. Don't make me. Anyway, I'm very passionate and heated about Thor. He does not deserve to be slandered and ridiculed like this. Knowing Slavic languages are more difficult than language of German family, because there are more feminative versions of verbs and more things that can confuse people. True, English actually doesn't have that kind of stuff, but German does, and it confuses me. I think it will be much easier to learn German. The people complaining has only ever seen MCU Thor in shows. Ow, so they're simping over the old Thor. Man, fuck Marvel. Sorry, I actually really like Marvel, but no, get it out of here. Give me the gut. Give me the gut Thor, please. Me want gut. That man, it got the strong man gut. Which is kind of funny because Mjolnir, it's seen as like this really big, cool hammer in like the MCU. In actual Norse mythology, Mjolnir's like, it's so shitty and little. Like, I don't know if you know, but in Norse mythology, it's like really small. Thor's using this tiny hammer. Not like super little, but like nothing compared to what they do in the movies. It's like pretty small. And he's like, whatever, fuck it. I love it. Mjolnir's funny. The whole story is just funny. If I remember right, Thor in mythology was a fucking alcoholic, so of course he'd have a beer gut. Dude, all of them were alcoholics. They were all drunk as shit. They loved their honey mead. I'm trying to look now. I'm trying to see if I got that correct. 'Cause I know Mjolnir is pretty small. I mean, it fucks things up, but it is pretty small. It's just... Yeah, it's a little hammer. Alright, so I'm gonna give this guy his beer here, big beer gut, his cannonball gut, kind of. Because I do want to do this, and then this, give him like that round bit of muscle here. And like I said, he does have muscle, but it's not like super noticeable. Yeah. That's pretty good. And just to appease the TOS gods, I'm just gonna do this. Don't look. Don't look, TOS gods. Also, you know what I find really fucking funny? Since we're on the Norse train anyway. Whenever the Norse talked about having to go to an assembly, or like a meeting with each other, it's called a folkmøte. And I believe it means a thing. Literally, it just means the thing. They literally, when talked about it, they said, I have to go to the thing. And it's just so fucking funny to me. I have to go to the thing. Doctor in Ukraine is... Oh, no. I'm assuming it's a doctor? Yeah, same as English for male, and doktorka? Doktorka. Oh, doktorka for female, but male can be used for non-binary because it's a word like a definition or something. Yeah, I know German does that too. German has a masculine and a feminine version. Like, for instance, in German, in order to say doctor, you say Arzt. And in German, a female doctor is Ärztin. And same with a teacher. Teacher in German is Lehrer, but if you want to say teacher female, you say Lehrerin. They add like an I-N to the end to denote it as female. It's really cool. It's really interesting. Uh, we do that kind of in English, but not so much anymore. We use stuff like ESS, like waiter, waitress, stuff like that. But for most words we don't. Interestingly enough. Kibui. Hi, hun. Hey. What you making? Oh, Wee One is around and making a pizza. Also, if you hear a hum, I've turned on the air conditioner. It's very hot. And if you hear coughing, it's just Leon dying. I see, we have an ending ka. Oh, pretty. Dude, Cecil is yelling at you. Cecil's very upset. He missed Leon a lot. For feminine. Yeah, we typically use ESS. Like this. Granted, that's not a hard and fast rule. Because, English is kind of cracked. And took a lot of language rules from a lot of languages. Huh? I look over, and Cecil's just straight up sitting in Leon's lap. Not even laying, like he normally does. He's sitting. Oh. I'm gonna cry. He's getting smooched. They're smooching. That's so cute. I'm such a soft spot for that cat, dude. It's so cute. Alright, I'm trying to make this, like, the least suggestive as possible. This is so fucking hard to do. Oh. Cecil, you're so sweet. You're being so cute, Kibui. Hi. I have my cat sitting next to me now. Hi, baby boy. Did you get smooched? Did you get a smooch from Dad? I know, it was adorable and I was crying. Alright. Oh, Jesus Christ, that scared the shit out of me. Leon moved our air stuff and it scared me. What is it? Our fan? He scooted it and it scared the shit out of me. My heart jumped out of my fucking chest, bruh. I forgore what I wanted to say. Oh no. Don't forgore. Oh, I could probably copy the legs. I could probably... You know what? Don't mind me. Sneak. Sneak. Haha. Here we go. Wee. Listen, I've already drawn it. Oh wait, his legs are smaller than hers. Huh. Well, I can at least have the feet. Because I don't want to draw them again. I saw nothing. Good. Avert your eyes. Okay. I got his legs done now. and I drew them all completely from scratch. I didn't copy it from anywhere. Anyway. This is so hard to do. I don't know how to denote, like, a lack of bulge. I really don't. Because I know Twitch's TOS is like, don't draw genitalia. And I'm like, I'm not. But I don't know how to show off underwear without showing a little bit. Dudes got dicks, okay? They have the pee-pee. Huh? I got love done. I got smooched next. Cecil got smooches and now I got smooches. Hell yeah. Oh, Leon said he smooches cute boys. That's so sweet. Why'd you kiss me then? Ah! No, wait. Don't hurt me. I will now inflict pain on you. I see Cecil has tried to steal one of my hair ties. I'm gonna hide that from him before he tries to show up again. Alright, I don't need to copy over the arms or hands. I just need to draw them in. The males will have a bit more muscle definition than the queens. And then the workers will have just as much, if not a bit more muscle definition, specifically in the arms, because like I said, they're the workers, they're going to be the ones doing most of the labor. While the males are just there as, I don't want to say, but they're basically just there to provide children. So they have since lost the muscle mass that they really need in order to work as much as they used to, because they're in a very safe sanctuary. They don't want them to overwork themselves and possibly be at risk, because then that's less babies to have. That's less genes to pass around. Okay. But he still has muscle, just not as much as I'm going to be giving the U-males. Or the U-males? U-male works. It's the term I use that I've made up when I want to talk about something that's not masculine or feminine. The non-binies. Ah, Kibby? Cecil is getting into something, I see. There we go. Hi, Kibby. Oof. I smooched a boy, guys. I did it. Oh, could I have one of those gummies? Thank you, darling. Alright, now I can copy this dude over and make the workers. Granted... Oh! Granted, not a whole lot is going to change about them. They're just going to get slightly more hip, I guess. Their bone structure is just going to be a little bit different. And I'll show you what I mean here. Excuse me, Kibby. Thank you. So I need to give these guys a bit more muscle definition. So I'm going to come in here and... actually, I'm going to do this. Make it easier. So as we can see here, this does come down here. And then it curves out a bit like that. What? What? I know. He's not paying attention to you. I don't know if you guys can hear him, but he is bitching. He is very upset. With everything happening. Alrighty, so these guys will have their hips come down a bit more naturally, like this. Because they don't have the similar bone structure to males, males that are made for a baby. This is hard to explain. Alright, thank you for the stretch and the sippy, though. Gotta go to sleep. It's already 11 p.m. for me. Of course. Have a good night, Sarax. And thank you, for joining me. And hanging out for the day. I poked my cat. Go on, you. Move. I want my mouse. Alright, and you have a good sleep. Thank you. Go on, Cecil. There we go. Let me fix myself in my chair here. So, like I said, they're going to have a slightly different muscle definition than males and females. Because they're kind of like an in-between. So they're thinner than females, but they don't have as much muscle definition in the gut as males, but they have more muscles in the arms. Which is weird to say. But that has to do more with, it seems like males are more like able to short-term heavy lift something, while the workers are able to go through long endurance training and runs with their arms. But they can't necessarily pick up stuff as heavy as the standard male. Granted, I'm using this in standards based on muscle definition, not like hard and fast rules. Alright, and these guys are going to have thicker hips. Because one, the thicker hips comes from that second X chromosome, but it also comes from needing to balance out the more heavy arms that they have. So evolution actually had a reason to give them bigger hips. Maybe not that much bigger, though. I have an idea. I'm gonna scoot this in. Oh, that looks a lot nicer. So yeah, nothing too crazy, just a bit more. I never erased it on that side. That's frustrating. Alright, let's do that again. There we go. That looks better. Alright, so we got the hips. And now I need to make the arms a bit bigger. The hands probably won't be bigger, but definitely like these lower arms, I want them to be bigger. And the wrists are going to be a little sturdier. So here, where it does this little line, it's going to be a bit thicker. Especially in the arm, like here, in the muscle. And then I'm going to do the same thing over here. We're going to make it thicker. Because they use this arm strength to dig. There we go. And then the upper arm strength, it's fine how it is. I guess. But now we can remove this part of the body. There we go. Ah! Yeah, there we go. Done. So now that I have these completed, I can go in and start drawing facial hair. Because I want to do some tests. Like I said, the workers are going to also be able to grow facial hair, even though they have double X chromosomes, much like females, but they have a chemical that kickstarts their androgens, which is what helps your testosterone development. Everyone has it. Everyone has testosterone. But the androgens kick off, Cecil, in a much higher rate, equal to that of the standard dwergish males. So they are able to grow beards just as big and as lush as their males. And that's how I'm going to do this, this race. It's also why they don't have any fatty tissues around the chest area, despite technically being female. Hence why I don't understand. Well, I don't know how I should take the new, I guess, quote-unquote policy. Would those be feminine-presenting nipples if I put nipples on this dwerg? Because they technically aren't female, but they do have XX chromosomes, which is considered quote-unquote female in our culture. Cecil, what are you doing? He looked like he was longingly staring at your food. Turns out he was just wanting his gummy worm, or gummy hand. He's so cute. Alright, but for the sake of posterity, I'm not going to draw nipples. I'll do it later, off stream. And now we're going to go look at a bunch of beards. I'm probably not going to specifically look at dwarven beards from, like, Tolkien. The Tolkien movies. Because I don't want to... I don't know, I don't want to, like, I guess, steal ideas, quote-unquote. Also, I don't want to fall into that trap of taking from another source so hard, if that makes sense. I'm gonna just look at different ways dudes have styled their beards over the, I guess, the course of the internet and taking pictures of themselves, because sadly we do not have pictures of how the ancient Norsemen did their beards. Instead, we only have examples of what men do nowadays. Oh, that looks badass. Alright. So, I'm just gonna do that. So, I see, I'm also going to do what people can do with their regular hair, too. Such as braids, beads, coils, ponytails. Anything we can do with regular hair, these guys could probably do with their beards. I'm thinking their beards are probably a little softer than ours. But their hair, in general, is probably also coarser than ours. Because their hair is very lush. It's very thick. And I think that would probably make sense. If their hair was just super thick in general, it's going to be thicker and more coarse on the top of their head. Which means it's probably going to stick out a lot more. So, let's, should I do beard braids or just dwarf beards or beard jewelry? I also need to figure out how they're going to decorate them, because if they really like their beards, of course they're going to decorate them with more than just beads. They're probably going to pull, like, put like whole ass jewelry in these things. Like stuff, like rings specifically made for them. Oh, hello, Snack! Zuri! Hello! Dwarves, we're dwarves. We're the dwarves. Dwarves, dwarves, we are the dwarves. Dwarves, dwarves, we are the dwarves. Rats, rats, we are the rats. Welcome in, and thank you for the snacky. I'm actually gonna go grab a... What is it called? An icy. I want a little icy pop. We strike the earth, we mine the earth, we are the dwarves. I actually don't know any dwarf song other than Diggy Diggy Hole. Diggy Diggy Hole. But yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab an icy pop. Nom. I have done it. I have gathered icy pop. This is going to be very sticky. Snamk. Although, is an icy pop even technically a snack? I can't find anything other than mystery. I don't either. It's a mystery. So yeah, we got some icy pops, and these are they're mystery flavored. So, can't tell what it is. Does it even have a flavor? Hold on. I need to take a bite out of this thing. I can't. It's too solid. Shit. My plan backfired. Heck. Alright, so we're gonna head back over to the dudes. Let's readjust ourselves here. Boop-a-doop, boop, boop, boop. But we're gonna head back over to the guys. I can also delete this for now, because I don't need it. I have my standard dwarves. And they look pretty good. I like the chump on the females. Alright, so we'll turn him down, and we're going to start working on some beard designs. Now, I do want... Hello? Oh, we're good. I do want, depending on the gender, I want the beards to look different. Also, the way I did my Thrakovish, my underlings, their clothing is like the main... Look at me, this is what my social standing is. I want the beards to be that for the dwarves. I'm sure that's not a novel idea, but it is something that I want to do. So we're gonna go stare at a bunch of beards and find some designs. While I eat my icy pop. Ow. Okay, so I'm thinking about it, and I think the dwarves are going to have let me bring my thingy here. So I feel like the dwarves are going to have different sections of their face acting as different like zones for jewelry and telling a story. And I know the three main zones we have on the face is our mustache, here. So this will probably be one zone for them. And then here. The chin is probably going to be another zone. And then the jaw is going to be another zone. And maybe even whatever hair they let dangle down here. So these are going to be my 4, like, main zones of decoration, I suppose, that can mean different things. Like, for instance, if I want to wear really nice-looking trousers, but then I wear, like, a really, like, ripped-up, like, black tank top, what does that say about me? You know, my pants are really nice and clean-looking, and then my shirt's all tattered. What does that say about me? I don't know, but it's a clashing style. And I think it's gonna work something similar to that. Each piece has its own, like, aesthetic understanding to it. And there probably will be, like, more appropriate areas to put jewelry. So I'm gonna gather up some images. And these images are going to act as inspiration pieces for my dwarves. Now, first things first, in order to figure out what kind of materials they use for their decoration, I'm going to have to figure out what materials they have access to. Dude, Cecil is yelling. I'm also going to have to figure out what all they can, I guess, wear without suffering in the environment. Why is he mad? Oh no, he's mad. The cat is mad. Here he is, the Angie. But let's see. I need to think of some materials that they have access to, especially from in the earth. Because right now we're working on moles. We're not working on any other ethnicity of dwarf. We're just working on the mountainous digging dwerg. Aww. Of course, Blippi, dealer's choice. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna close my eyes. I'm gonna close my eyes. And I'm gonna just start scrolling. Himiko. Okay. We got Himiko. Himiko is the first one on the list. Look at that shweeby bean right in my lap. Puppy. Alright. Close my eyes again. My mouse is on Lilin. No, this is how I'm dealing it. That's a word. Oh, I see. I thought you wanted me to put someone else on me. In that case, dealer's choice workout. I'm gonna do crunches. I like crunches. Oh, let's turn that off. Sleepy. Yeah, look at the Himiko. Pet, pet, pet. Oh, you can hardly see her because she's a bikini. Okay, hold on. Let me bring her up like she's sitting on my arm. There we go. She's sitting in my arm now. And now you can see her. Schweben in the arm. Cute. I'm actually gonna scoot her just a bit more over. It's like I'm holding her in my lap or something. Yeah, like I'm holding her with one arm and drawing with the other, like this. That's so cute. I'm literally legitimately just cradling Himi in one arm. Adorable. Alright, I'm gonna go do my crunches. I'm gonna carry Himiko with me. Come on, Himiko, we're gonna go crunches. Oh, I'm sorry, Chibi! Alrighty. Crunchies! Well, Hold this for me while I crunch. Please, and thank you. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15. Thinking of doing 15 per. Ah. Nope. Oh no, Kibwe. What? And my elbow. I think I threw it out. I should have stretched. That's what you get for not stretching, kids. You throw out your elbow. You don't have an elbow anymore. Way. Alrighty. So we're gonna figure out what they have real quick. Just a quick understanding. Now, just like the underlings, the Trakovish, they do have access to underground materials, such as metals. However, they don't have as much material. So they'll probably mostly be dealing with precious metals that you can find in mountains, especially deep inside the mountains. And they probably do make it a point to just dig for the sake of digging, because they are very much a digging species. I am loosely basing them off of naked mole rats, and those guys love to dig. What? Ugh, there we go. So, they're gonna have access to all this stuff. Which means they will probably have access to a lot of metal beadwork. Now, in terms of, I suppose, wrapping their beards with cords, that's another matter. And it might come from imports. Because these guys, at least, the moles, they don't really have access to thread. Not like we do. So what alternatives could they use until that moment? They are known for sending their workers outside a lot. So these workers could actually be outside of the mountains at the basin, especially near the very, very fertile parts of the basin, and they might use these fertile areas to make, not necessarily cotton, but to make cloth and leather farms where they're not hiding underground. Not to mention, they probably have these various openings from the mountain so that they can have more airflow. Because unlike the Trakovish, where their body has evolved so much so, and so deeply underground, where the sources of air come from completely different areas, they are carving unnatural, like, I guess not man-made, dwarf-made structures in the mountainside. So their pockets that they have a lot less natural air if they just left it how it is. So they probably carve in very intentional, I guess, ventilation shafts for them to be able to breathe without hurting themselves. Granted, I will let you know, the naked mole rat actually evolved to be able to not take in a whole lot of air. And it'll actually go dormant and have its heart rate slow down if it runs out of oxygen, but it doesn't kill them. It's really cool. But I'm probably not gonna have that happen for these guys. Maybe they can deal with low oxygen environments a lot better than other races, but I'm not gonna have it so crazy. They still need ventilation, and a lot of the workers probably still go outside once in a while to, you know, just breathe. And by doing this, they found and discovered probably different kinds of cotton-like materials. They've probably gone hunting for leathers. And I think that's where they get their stuff. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good judgment call. Now the question is, how would they design them and why? I don't need to worry about at the moment, but I do want to worry about their beards. So they will have thin leather cords for their beards, especially if they're up north in the northern mountains, because that's actually where a lot of goats and winter boars and a little, like the tougher, bigger animals like moose, that's where those are. They're in the taigas. And that's where you're going to find a lot of leather. So these guys are probably going to have access to a lot of leather. Now, whether or not they use that leather for clothing is another issue, but they definitely use it for a lot of stuff, like shoes, and probably belts. Maybe even some skirts, and possibly armor. And definitely cords. So yeah, that's how I'm gonna do the dwerg here. And by cords, I mean something kind of like this. Nope. I don't want to save the picture. I want to copy the picture. Because I just want to show it off. Oh, come on. It's not working. There we go. So, something kind of like this, where it has, like, these little, beard lacers, sort of. Now, they're not going to be made out of, like, our modern-day string that we have. They're gonna use, like, a very lovely thin leather. Possibly even dyed leather, where they, like, dip it in different colors. I think that'd be really pretty. They could also probably just tie it in there. And maybe even braid the cords in with the beards. That'd be really pretty. But I am gonna go look at different ways people do their hair itself, because like I said, it's a little harder to find pure beard refs with all of these jewelry pieces in them. Oh, that'd be really cool too. What if when braiding their beards, they added little ringlets inside of them with little dangles on top? I think that'd be really cool. So I'm gonna start working on that. Now, I don't know if I want to draw the... I don't know if I want to draw masculine and feminine, quote-unquote feminine beards on the same model, but I think it'll be fine. So let's turn this guy down, and let's find some designs here. So, as a society that needs to keep their facial hair and their beards out of the way when working, there's going to probably be design differences between, like, senators and really high-ranking officials who don't need to work versus people who are in the mines gathering materials. And these can be any gender. Like I said, more often than not, males are protected and put in a sanctuary with the females, but they can go out and do stuff because they're more common than females by just a little. I'd want to say it's like a 60-40 split. And then the rest of the genders that aren't feminine or masculine, they're just nothing. Well, I wouldn't say nothing, but you get it. I'm sure you get it. Ooh, that's pretty. Okay. So first things first, let's do the mustache, I guess. Um, Obviously the mustache could just blend in with the beard, but I've seen some beard designs where the guys actually put the beads in the mustache because the mustache is like really long, and it looks really interesting. So I'm gonna try that, see how it looks. Also, I'm not gonna be worrying about making any beard designs or hair designs for the females because they're not going to really have beards. It's mostly just gonna be like sideburns. They don't have to worry about it. Well, these guys do. Alright, so I grabbed up, where is it? Here it is. Nope, I lied. Oh no, where's my tab? I can't find my tab. Oh no, I think I removed it. Uh-oh. Let's go grab it. Alright, beard braids. Let's go look at them. They're very pretty. Also, there are certain types of braids I could use too. There's not just the standard 3, like the standard braid. You can also twist the braid. You can do it in more than 3. You can do it in like 5s. You can do it in a mermaid tail. Oh, that's pretty. Or like this. This is also a really cool braid that I really like. That's a rope braid. Rope braids are really pretty too. So I could do something like that where it's twisting. And maybe depending on the design, they're for different occasions. I also might use their beards for not only social standing, but also family standing. Because it is very important for these guys to tell people who their clan is, because you come from like 30 to 40 people each. And that's just from your mom. That doesn't count your aunts and uncles. If you count your aunts and uncles, you got another 300, like, family members. So I'm thinking they probably wear something in their beards or on their person to say, hey, this is the clan I'm from. That way there's, like, no chance of interbreeding. Because that is basically signing your own death warrant. Also, it's just gross. So they'd probably want to be very particular about it. So they're probably going to have jewelry or some sort of band, maybe? Or like a bar? Laced into their beard that says, hey, I'm with this family, please don't hurt me. Or, you know, please don't, sign me up with your son to get married to because, hey, I'm his first cousin, you know? We want to make sure everything is kosher here. Now, the females are going to be, or the queens, rather, quote-unquote, are going to be wearing something a bit different because they can't have beards to show this off. So I'm thinking they might be wearing some sort of neck piece. Maybe something like this. Let me turn off my symmetry real quick, but just to show you. I feel like they could be wearing maybe a band across their head, just to hold their hair in place, and to hold their jewelry in place. And then on the band, they have these little ringlets that they lace it to. And then the band of jewelry, or fabric, whatever have you, wraps around their heads. And then on top of it, or attached to it, is some lovely lacy fabric, like so. And I feel like the design patterns on this fabric here would tell people what family she's from. And maybe if she's married, she has her mouth open, and if she's not married, maybe she has her face covered. Just depends. And it could be a really pretty semi-transparent piece, but I think that would really help with the familial situation. And men and well, these guys don't have to worry so much about wearing their family's crest, although I'm sure they do out of pride. It kind of like, hey, I'm not on the team, but I love the team kind of situation. Because, one, they can't have children, so they don't really necessarily need to tell people, hey, I'm from this family. But if they, decide to become romantically involved with someone, they still don't want to date their first cousin. That's weird. They're still going to follow what society has put down for them like that. So, of course, they're still going to show off their family. And it's going to be in their beard. Just like these guys. So, if they're going to be doing that with the bar here, they're probably going to do it in the main piece of the beard, like here along the chin. Maybe it'll be like on a braid. Like maybe they'll braid something here and then tie it off. And then they'll have like hooks in the braid. And it'll have like these jewelry pieces hanging off of it. And it tells you who their family is. And then the rest of the beard is coming down in whatever style they choose that day. Let's say this guy wanted a cool braid here, and maybe he wants a braid here too. There's his braids, And then they have these little pieces of metal and jewelry and pretty... Oh, welcome back, Aurelia! We are designing dwarf beards. They make me happy. But yeah, maybe they have these little metal pieces that they dangle into the beard that tells people, hey, this is my family, don't fuck with me. Or don't try to date me because we're related. Now, if this is how they show off their family, how am I going to denote gender? That is the question. Maybe I could do it with how many braids they add to the beard. But it could also be read with their mustache. Like I said, the mustache for some of these designs that I've been looking at get really long and really pretty. Now, they wouldn't want them to be in the way of their family history. They wouldn't want people to see it and go, hey, you're covering it so I can't see it. I think they'd want the mustache to be tucked under or not really in the way. Like something like this. Oh, nope, it's not loading for me. Please load! I will cry! There we go. So, something similar to this. That's not the picture. Picture, please! It's not loading, holy hell. Well, fuck you. I'm gonna take a picture. You can't tell me no, eBay. I'm not gonna let you. There we go. Something like this. Jeez, that was frustrating. That was frustrating. Anyway, so they could do something like this, where they just kind of put it right here near the mouth, and that's about it. So they could have, like, a mustache here, and then a bead here, and just be like, hey, look, beads! And then the rest of it will blend in, like so. I think that'd be pretty cool. Now, their beards are going to just get bigger and bigger and bigger, so I'm thinking maybe they add more plates over time. But I do need to figure out the difference between genders, and I think I'm going to do it with braids and how many braids they put in. So, while some of them are adding these plates to their beards, if they... if they grow it out, maybe to about here, maybe they could add even more plates, like here, and here, and then have braids. Like so. I mean, that looks really... that looks really clunky. Let's do that again. So, plates attached at about here. Maybe not even that high. Let's get the mustache in. Boop, 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 boop. Let's get some beads. Now, what this could denote, I can't tell you exactly. Not yet, at least. We have to figure it out. But maybe they could let these come down and attach them on other beads, such as this, just to have some fun. Contemplation. Let's see. But yeah, they would bring it in with a braid here. Have their plates attached here. Let them curve in their beards, like so. Maybe they'd have a second one attached. There's another braid in here. And then it just keeps going, and then... Let's say this is male, so he has 2 really long beards here. And then maybe a big one here. Maybe that's how they denote it. By, where they're halving it. Like, maybe 3, like this, is the standard, men's look. I think that'd be really nice. And these braids can be designed in any way. They can be irregular braids, like they could be regular braids, like so. Where they, like, fold in with each other. Maybe they could be twist braids, like this, where they twist them around. Maybe they have these twisting and this braided regular. Who knows? And then maybe sometimes it'll just be a straight piece, but, like, with leather wrapped around them and little beads inside the leather. I think that'd be really pretty. So maybe that's how they denote it. And then they just add these little metal pieces. So this is a fantasy race you're designing. Yes, it is I guess a spin on dwarves, where, yes, they still have their big, luscious beards, but I'm trying to give more meaning to beard designs rather than them just having random-ass beard designs like in Tolkien's, especially in the movie, but in Tolkien's stories, and how you see in most MMOs and, like, just modern fantasy dwarves in general. I'm also making them more akin to naked mole rats. So there's three sexes, technically. There's queens, or fertile females, there's just your standard males, and then there are the workers, or the infertile females, and they are considered different sexes / different genders in their culture. And now we're just designing beards. Right now I'm designing masculine beards. I'm still trying to figure out... I think... Hold on. I have an idea. Other than these lovely 3, I think another way they could do it... Because, like I said, I think they want to keep those... Wait, naked mole rats have a similar structure to a bee? Yes, they do! It's called being eusocial. EU social. Oh. EU social. And they're one of the few only mammals that do it. I think there's another mammal of mole rat that does it, and they're, like, furry. They actually have hair. It's so cool. Hi, Kibui. But yeah, they have a queen, a single queen, several drones, and then, like, up to 300 infertile female workers. It's really dope. So I'm basing my dwarves off of that. Animal effects are my jam. Hell yeah, same. I love random animal facts. This shit's dope. Also, I just thought of another way they could hold on to the bar in their... Oof. Cecil. Heavy boy. Go on now, little one. No, you cannot have plastic. Sir. Hide that from him. Go on, Kibui. My cat is being very, very, very curious, I suppose is the word I'd use. But he's not supposed to be curious about stuff that he could eat and hurt himself with. I feel like I'm watching a perpetual toddler. Anyway. Another design that they could do with the beard. I did biology at uni with a specialization in ecology. Nice. I wish I could just casually study that shit. I wish I didn't have to try and get a degree in order to actually learn. I think that makes me sad. But that's awesome. Alright, let's give this dude a hit. Oh, my symmetry tool isn't on. Do not perceive him. Okay. Let's give this dude his mustache again. We're gonna try it, and I'm going to put it in another bead, but I'm thinking this time I could actually add little bitty braids like this. And this could be another way they hold the plating in place. They could pull the hair in, and they could braid them like this. Like from the lips, and then from the jaw. Like so. And then the plates would attach. Plates would attach to about here. And then they go click. And then they have their little plates attached to their beard. So they'll have these different braids connected. I think that'd look really nice. And honestly, I think it just depends on what the person wants to do. They could braid across their jaw. They could braid down the face like this. It's just a matter of what they want to do. Kind of like us choosing, like, shirts. It's like, do I want to wear a t-shirt today? Do I want to wear a polo? Do I... You know, it's more like a choose your design for the day kind of look. So I think that'd be pretty nice. How else could they do it? Let me go stare at more beards. Oh, they could just do it in straight up ponytails. They could put them in little ponies. They don't have to worry about, like, elaborate braids. They could just plop them in ponytails, maybe. Because these are attached by little ringlets that they loop the hair through. Because, like, what I'm thinking is they're plates. When I say plates, I mean, like, these thin metal bars, like this. Here, I'm giving you, like, a zoomed-in example. But they'll have these, like, little hooks here. And then on those hooks, there's going to be, like, little pieces to help dangle. And then on these plates, there's going to be, like, jewelry pieces, like, embedded inside. Maybe a family crest. Let's say this is the Hart family, I guess. And then they'll have, like, really cool designs around the family crest. And that's what you're going to see here. It's basically like wearing your family's coat of arms on your beard. So they could very easily just take a little leather cord, tie it right here, have the plates looped in, and just be like, calling it, it's a lazy day. I'm going out for groceries. I don't feel like dressing up today. I'm just gonna tie my plate right here. Bye. And also, they could probably just hook in, like, one plate and call it a day. They don't have to fill themselves out like this. That's if they're really trying to show off, like, different aspects of what they're attached to. Alright, so I have exhausted my options for here. That's neat. I'm glad. I thought it was neat, too. Oh, that guy's beard is very long. By the way, when I start looking like I'm contemplating life, I am, but also I'm just looking at beards. I'm trying to look at designs that, I guess, jive with me. I could start saving some of these pictures. Oh, that looks awful, sir. These okay, so I can't really look at like long, luscious beards without seeing like really funny designs. Because people like to go crazy. Like, look at this dude. You guys get to see what I'm seeing for a second. Look at it. This is actually what I was talking about from earlier, where people like to take their beard and then make it do like crazy shit. So they can be like, hey, look, I have curls in my beard, and it's for competitions. It's really interesting. So let's close out this guy. Get out of here. I'm also probably gonna have to have their regular hair braided into their beards, because I did say I wanted their hair to have the same texture as their beards. Which means their beards are going to be softer than our beards, but their hair is also going to be tougher. So it's kind of like a meet in the middle sort of situation. Their hair's not as soft, and their beard's not as hard. And together they mingle. I love that. When I was teaching about La Festival de... Oh, no. La Festival de Voyageur. I don't know if that's French or Spanish. I don't know if I should be pronouncing it as French or Spanish. Oh no, help me. My students loved looking at the wild beards for the competition. Yeah! Dude, those people can get creative. Like, some dude I saw earlier, his beard was like in all these really crazy spirals, and like... I know one had like a teacup shape. It looked really wonky. It's really interesting though, to like just look at. I'm also thinking maybe they'll put their hair, like their actual hair, in a lot of little braids, and they could probably do some pretty wonky stuff with it. Because their hair is going to be very thick. And this probably comes from being in the cold reaches of the mountain, where they need to stay warm. Now, they do have padding. They have natural, like... Oh, it's French. Okay. So it is like voyageur. I don't know how to pronounce French words. I'm so sorry. But that does mean that they're... because of their need to stay warm, their hair is going to be thick. But their beard is also softer. The hair is also probably straighter because, at least for these guys, when they're in the cold north, straighter hair keeps more warmth in the head. And in this case, the face. But I do want them to have puffy, not like coily, but like just thick, puffy hair. Like, kind of like this. Where their hair's just like really thick. And they're probably going to braid this part of their head into the beards as well, and add a little bit of extra length. Kibwe. And more often than not, their beards are probably going to be just as long as their hair. So you won't be able to tell where the hair starts and where it ends. I don't know if maybe they'll throw it over their shoulder sometimes to add extra volume, but maybe sometimes they do. Maybe they throw over, like, hair from the shoulder like this, and they add those pieces with, Cecil, with, their beard pieces, like so. And then they let them do their thing and be super curly and coily, and then they add their beads as they need. Stuff like that. I think that'd be really cool. Then maybe they'll cap them. Because they want to protect the ends of their hair. I feel like they really value long-ass hair. Long, thick, voluminous hair. So they probably cap it wherever they can. In fact, in the back, they might have their hair itself in all these loose braids, like if you look at them from behind. Like, let's say this is our guy's head. He's facing this way. Here's his jaw. Here's his neck. And here's his shoulder. So, let's say you're looking at him from behind. I feel like... Let's scoot this away a bit. I feel like they would have stuff like this, where their hair, it comes down. Here's part of the hair that wraps around his shoulders, as you can see here. And then the rest of it comes down, and then they're sectioned off into these little spots. Because remember, this hair is going to be very thick. But they're going to section them off into these little, like, bubbles where they braid them. And then maybe they pull them in and cap them, like so. And don't mind the little wiggles, those are just supposed to be really, really roughly drawn braids. It reads, okay? You understand. So yeah, I think maybe that's what their hair will look like from the back. I think that'd be really fun. So I'm gonna keep... Ooh. I just moved that everywhere. Let's fix that. So I'm gonna keep this on the back burner so I don't forget it. But for now I'm gonna turn it off, because I don't need it. Alright, but back to the normal... The front beard. After that, they probably take the main piece, and after adding in more plates if they need, like let's say this guy, let's say here's his family plate, and then let's say he wants to show off that he is a guild artisan, so here's his guild plate. Let's say he runs a guild now and he wants to show it off, and there it is. He adds another one. Let's say maybe he has a few more that he wants to show off. So he has these little braids coming in, and here's another plate. He lays it into the beard. And then let's say he has one more plate. And the plates are here. Just to break up the dichotomy of red here. There we go. And then in here, it's just beard hair being squished in. And then here, once the plate is done, the beard is braided into itself. As such. And then it is capped. So something like that. I think that's a really lovely design. And I really like the idea of his hair being folded in. And then I'm sure they'll do something up here with the hair as well. They're not just gonna decorate the beard and call it a day. The beard is just one piece of the hairstyle. So I'm sure they're gonna do something very lovely with the top here. But for now, I'm not gonna worry about it too much. Let's just do this. Show off that in the back he's probably got those loops like this. There we go. And that could be a male dwarf look. I think it's very pretty. Oh yeah, and we'll have a cap here, and we'll also have some caps here, because that's where this piece of the beard is capped. Yeah, I think that works. That looks very lovely. A very good masculine look. A very good masculine beard. Now, I'm already contemplating how I'm going to do feminine beards. That beard is fabulous. Thank you, Usagi. Look how beautiful he is. A lovely man. Now, how exactly am I going to do... Not feminine, technically, but technically feminine. It's hard to explain. An androgynous beard. How am I going to do a non-male beard? I guess I'd have to ask myself what they expect of each gender, because males are allowed to flash off and show off themselves like this, because they don't have to work, not at least in the dangerous-ass mines, like the rest of the dwarves do. So their hair doesn't really have to worry about getting in the way. So the other gender would probably have to worry about putting their beard into a more functional look when they're working, and they would probably have something a bit more formal when they're not. So I'm going to look for something that appeals to that. Let's see. That guy's beard is just out. It's not doing anything. They may put it in 2 braids and then braid it back into the hair so that it's out of the way while they're working, because they don't want that shit, like, getting caught on anything. That's not conducive to having a nice, luscious beard. You could very easily ruin it. So they may have it in 2 braids, and they may pull it back completely. At least when, like I said, when working. When they have time off or they're home doing other stuff, they probably will keep that 2-beard look, because the 3-beard has slowly evolved over time to become a masculine look, while the 2-beard, the 2 strands look, could probably be considered the quote-unquote other. So, if you are a infertile female and you're having your hair grow out, I'm thinking... I'm thinking mustache is allowed. But also, maybe they shave certain parts a little bit. Like, masculine would probably have a lot more hair in this area, but maybe they change the facial shape of their hair. Like, for instance, maybe they make it a little more clean cut up here, so it's not as puffy and in the way. And maybe they clean it up a bit here, too. Maybe they don't even have it meet to their lips. Maybe they have it here instead. That looks dumb. But yeah, maybe they shave out this part just a little bit to make it look a little cleaner, a little nicer. And then here's the beard. And they also show off their family's plate, but they don't put as much emphasis on it. So maybe they have like 1 and that's it. At least, usually. Especially because they have the 2-beard system. When they're in the mines, they probably just have like a small plate right here. Maybe attached here. And that's it. Because they are busy working. They are doing other shit. And then the beard itself is probably, once again, it's folded into the hair, but this time it's pulled back, like so. So their beards probably have this very short design, like this, and pulled into the hair, at least when they're working. So this would be an other gender look. And this is when they're working. Their braids would be pulled in here with the rest of the hair. Their hair is probably also pulled in like so, braided in, kept back and away from their face. And then when they're out partying, they let these braids come down. So over time, they've just started doing 2 braids, coming from here and here. They haven't really worried about the chin. Let's give this lovely lady a twisting braid. Which, just because they are infertile females does not mean their culture is going to tell them they're not ladies if they feel like women. It's just specifically the culture of what they have, I guess. They are considered technically third sex, but if they want to be considered females, then that's perfectly fine to their culture. Because some of them have actually been known to start losing their beards and become fertile in, like, dire situations. Because they do still have that situation. They do still have that, working body part, I suppose. They just can't have bebe out of... Yeah, you get it! I don't want to say too much. Alright, so the family plate right here, but it'll be attached more in the mustache, and it's probably not going to have a whole lot of designs like males do. Males need a lot more plating than the workers do because to make it not sound as glamorous as it might be, they basically are married off to the first buyer, pretty much. Because one female can take on and have children with many males, just like bees. Alright, so she has a twisting beard. I'm saying she because I'm gonna say this is a lady. For all intents and purposes. Maybe she has another pretty twisting here. Maybe she wants to decorate herself a little more and get some twisty beard right here. Or not beard, but like hair. Yeah. Maybe she even twists them together and makes them look cool. I think that'd be nice, but for now I'm just gonna do this. And of course they cap it. They can't not. They need their beards protected. So this is probably how they're going to differentiate between masculine and quote-unquote feminine beards. Yeah, it's Usagi. It's my attack bunny. Usagi goes after the ankles of those who who try to say they're new and they're not. But this is how I think I'm going to design the quote-unquote feminine beards. And this is the masculine. So you can definitely see a difference. The feminine beards, quote-unquote, will also be attached with hair that's... I don't know if they have their hair folded the same way as guys do. I think they might have it... Okay, I have an idea. I have a cool idea. Let's see if it works. Firstly, I'm gonna merge this back in with itself so I can keep that as a reference. Oh, wait, no. I used the wrong layer. Uh-oh. I can get rid of this. I don't need it. So I'm gonna merge these two, because they're of the same hairstyle. So what if in the back, their hair is actually being pulled in to like a ponytail, and then this part of their hair is just puffing out or whatever. And what if when working, their hair is, once again, let's draw the back end of the head. Here's the jaw. Here's the neck. And what if the beard itself is pulled into like a bun? So like, let's say there's a big-ass bun on top of their head here. Let's say it's pulled in a la Katara style. Let's say the hair is pulled in right here to keep it out of the way while working. And then the beard is wrapped around the shoulders, like so. Let's attach it better. But yeah, the beard is laced around the shoulders and slotted into this bun right here. Like so. So, oh no, where is it? Oh, I guess I removed it. But, yeah, what if the beard did that? Laced into it. And then they had their hair back here, maybe pulled into another braid? Like it's coming down the body like this, but then it's pulled into one more really thick braid. Like I said, a la Katara style. Except instead of the little hair loopies on her forehead, it's coming from the face. I think that could work. I think that'd be a lot of fun. I am going to explore more of this, but for now, I think I'm going to call it. It is roughly that time. Oh, stretches. Hello, Kimmy. But yeah, I think I'm going to call it. Thank you guys so much for hanging out today and watching me draw my lovely dwarves. I think I have a better understanding of how I want to go forward with the beard system, as I should probably call it. Also, let me scoot this over here, because it's more appropriate for her. There you go, sweetheart. There's your beard. Oh, hiccup. And I know for us, we can't see much of a difference, but to them, this would probably be night and day. This is definitely a masculine look for them. The more beards in the front, the more masculine. Now, and as long as it has that big beard in the middle. Now, for females, or for infertile females, they will typically have the two. And then that's about it. Their hair, rest of it is just pulled up. And then when working, these two beard pieces are rolled up and pulled up to the top of their head. So now that I have done that, let's see what that looks like. So let's say her beard, her hair is pulled up back here. Oh no, my symmetry tool isn't on. There we go. So yeah, let's say her hair is pulled up and pulled out and folded in together here, where it's making that puff of the braid, kind of. And then the beard is going to still have the plate, because you have to show off your family. You need to let people know who you come from, so that you don't end up marrying or dating a cousin, because that's fucking weird. Also, they may do different stuff with their mustaches as well, as far as grooming is concerned. There we go, but here's the clip where the beard is connected. And then, once that is established, they probably fold it up like this. And their beard rolls up like so. Into the hair. And then folds the hair close. Well, that looks pretty bad, actually. Let's do that again. With more feeling this time. Let me redo it. If that's the case, this hair probably pulls in a lot more at the ears, because they don't want it in the face when doing stuff. So, something more like that. Keep it out of the face. You know what? Let's go look at Katara's hair real quick. Hey, Katara. What would your hair look like with the doilies as a beard? I'm gonna go stare at her face for a minute. I mean, I know what it'd look like, but I still want to look. Okay. So if that goes there... Okay, so this would go this way. I'm gonna just wrap it around at first. Hmm. Something like that, maybe? And then the beard comes wrapped around to stay out of the face. Like so. Okay, so something like that. That's a feminine look. There we go. So with that, I'm gonna call it quits. Thank you guys so much for hanging out today and just chilling with me and, like I said, watching me mess with my beards and my dwarves. I will get back to these and probably do more off stream, maybe just line it or something, because I'm having a lot of fun drawing them. Now, who are we gonna rate? Let's hop over here. Here's my lovely sleeping Himiko. Let's see, who we gon' drop in on today? Oh! Who wants to go see a bat rigging? Wait. Oh no, there's so many options. Help! Do we want to see some rigging? Or do we want to see a cute cat boy? I have options. You know what? We haven't seen Blue in a while. Let's go say hi to Blue. I haven't gotten to see this cutie pie in a while. So for those of you who would like to let Blue know that it is tea time, you can copy my little raid message here. Oh, he's so cute. He's watching, it looks like he's watching videos of Gordon Ramsay. And if you don't have my emotes, that's perfectly fine. You can copy the bat rave and let Blue know that a raid is coming. Mwahaha. But yeah, let's go give him some wishes and smooches because he is an adorable little kibby, and I wanna pet him. I wanna kiss him on his little forehead. He looks like he's got a potato on his head. Okay, let's go say hi to him. He's a sweetheart. He is a sweet little he's a trans boy, trans guy. I can't remember his intro. He'll give it to you. He's just adorable. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll probably do some more Hades because I'm back in it. I'm back on the brain rot that is Hades. Also, I have no other games to play actively at the moment. It's just Hades. You can't get away from it. And Friday, I'm going to be dragging Leon back into stream to play more Paper Mario with me, because he does voices with me. So I will see you guys for that. 10 a.m. as usual. Bye! Bye-bye.